conferencing from the Ingham County Jail.
Today was the date set for a competency review. I am in possession of a report. It was dated and prepared May 23rd, 2024, from the Department of Health and Human Services Center for Forensic Psychiatry. Did you both get a copy of the report?
We did, Your Honor. Thank you.
We did as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, the report, the body of the report in the conclusion ultimately indicates that it is the opinion of the evaluator that the defendant remains incompetent to stand trial. They also opine that there's a substantial probability that he could be expected to regain competency within the allotted time frame of the statute if there was a structured inpatient hospital setting provided for appropriate therapeutic intervention. Any objection to the body or conclusion of the report?
The people would stipulate to the body and the conclusion of the report, Your Honor.
As with the defense, Your Honor.
Report will be incorporated into the court file, and an order of incompetency will be entered. He'll be ordered to undergo treatment. I know there's an extensive waiting list for an inpatient environment, but we'll see how long it takes for them to give us an update as it stands now. Any additional matters for today's record?
Not from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Flamond, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're all set.
Have a seat.
You're welcome.
You're not allowed to socialize with him.
Okay, back on the record in the matter, the people of the state of Michigan versus William Schultz, Clifford Frost, Myra Rodriguez, Rose Worth, Marianne Sheridan, and Kenneth Compton. Council appearance.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Kayla Trino on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Bolano on behalf of Rose Vice President Court.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Attorney David Gilbertson on behalf of Ms. Thomas, Mr. Thomas is in the court. Thank you, my right, to play yourself for the record. Good morning, Your Honor. Ken Thomas.
Your Honor, rightfully appearing on behalf of Ms. Rodriguez, who's appearing via Zoom.
Morning, Your Honor. Dave Coleman appearing on behalf of Mr. Choate. He is here seated right in front.
Good morning, Ken McKevsky appearing on behalf of Mr. Frost, seated immediately behind me.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney John Freeman on behalf of Marianne Sheridan, who's also seated behind me.
Okay. With the preliminary, preliminary examination, and now the people are going to redirect their witness. Is that what we decided to move forward? Okay. Any preliminary matters before we proceed?
None for the people.
For the defense. Okay, Agent Shaw, you can take. Stand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. So have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I want to start this redirect by talking about what it's like to be assigned a case 2 years after the event.
Objection, relevance.
I'm sorry, the noise was so loud over there, it distracted me. Can you repeat your question?
Well, I haven't asked the question yet.
You asked the question.
That was not a question. it was directing him so he'd know where my question was going to be.
It was, can you tell me what it's like to be?
Yes, some came out of you.
I said, I want to start this redirect by talking about what it's like to be assigned an investigation 2 years after the event. That is not a question.
Withdrawn, that's how she phrased it.
Okay. She's saying that it's not a question, so I'm assuming if she stated that, it's been withdrawn. You can continue.
Thank you. Now, Agent Shock, can you please remind us when you were assigned this case?
December 28th, 2022.
And the incident that you were investigating occurred when?
December 14th, 2001.
And are there problems that come with investigating the case that occurred 2 years prior to your assignment to the case?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
There
Your Honor,
is,
I'm gonna object. Is the question about this investigation or just in general?
Can
So
you
I asked
clarify?
that it be confined to this investigation.
Can you clarify what your question is asking?
Can you tell us about the issues that you had with this investigation, having been assigned the case 2 years later?
yes. So evidence is lost. It's a 2-year time period that has lapsed. Evidence is lost, whether that's social media, data, email, phone messaging, text messaging, things like that. That's lost over that time period because companies will only retain data for so long. There's the issue of fading memories. There's the issue of people at the Michigan GOP no longer working there. The building at some point is no longer occupied. There's the vice president is no longer, the staff is no longer there as well. So those are some of the things that are challenging when working a case that's 2 years old. There's also the level of cooperation. So with this case, gathered a lot of media attention. So certain people that I attempted to interview who may have been cooperative at the beginning are no longer cooperative because they don't want to participate for fear of the media attention surrounding.
And even with those issues, did you still continue your investigation?
Yes,
And were you able to gather evidence in spite of those issues?
yes.
I know it's my habit to repeatedly ask permission to approach this court. Want me to stop doing that?
If you do it, that's fine. I'm just saying you don't have to.
Okay, thank you. I may still do it, but I'll try not to. Sir, I'm gonna hand you Exhibit 1, which has already been admitted. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes,
What are those?
it's the statutes governing the Michigan election law.
And during your investigation, did you review those statutes?
Yes,
Okay, now, sir, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to Michigan Compiled Law 168.42, which I believe is the second page of that document.
yes.
And just for ease of the witness, I have a copy that's highlighted. I'm going to show defense counsel.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance. I'm not sure how this ties into any of the cross-examination.
There was, I didn't want to talk about them. There was a very extensive cross-examination by 6 defense attorneys calling into question this investigation. And so I have to start with what was gleaned from this investigation just to rebut and redirect the testimony of this witness.
Your objection is as to her line of questioning or to?
It's not appropriate redirect. Redirect, the purpose of redirect is to address specific issues that were raised on cross. And now she's just going back to rehash all the investigative steps that were taken. I believe that was done on the original direct examination. So I'd ask that the redirect be confined to matters that were brought up during the various cross examinations. So as to this particular question related to this general statute, It seems like we're going back to the very beginning and rehashing his original direct examination, perhaps out of a concern that they didn't do the kind of presentation that the case would have called for initially.
Well, Your Honor, one of the questions that repeatedly came up during cross-examination is whether or not the defendants knew if they were electors or not. This statute spells out if they're electors. So I think it's appropriate to bring up the black letter law on redirect as well as the exhibits that correspond with this black letter law.
Your Honor, if she wants to go specifically into the state of mind of the electors, that's one thing. But to simply rehash what the law is at this point is irrelevant.
I would tend to agree, Your Honor, but when it comes to the black letter law, while I would maintain no defense attorney here has any problems with that being examined, it should be confined really to the most part for what was covered during cross-exam. My cross-exam, I was able to cover the black letter law with him, and he made testimony, or he provided testimony on it. So I think that any redirect should be really confined to his remarks on cross regarding that particular issue.
But she hasn't even asked her question yet about it. All she did was give him the black letter law that was clearly discussed on the cross, and there was an objection. I don't even know what her question is. It could start off, you were asked on cross-examination. We don't even know what the question is yet.
I think that's correct. I'm just supporting Mr.
Thank you. Let's wait to see what the question is. Yes.
Now, is it fair to say 1.6842 governs how nominees for electors are appointed in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And I don't want you to read the document. I just want you to look at Michigan Compiled Law 168.46, which I believe is.
I'm sorry, are we talking about 0.42 or 0.46?
I'm moving forward to 168.46. And did you also review that statute, sir?
Yes.
And does that statute govern the certificate of ascertainment?
Yes.
Was there a certificate of ascertainment in this case?
No.
In this case?
Oh, in the case, I thought you were referring to the document. Yes, there was a certificate of ascertainment in this case. Yeah.
Let me show you exhibit 5. What is that document, sir?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object that there's been no tie-in to any of the cross-examinations. I'm not sure what we're doing. Are we just going back over the original, or
I gotta
is
get
this,
there.
is this actual redirect?
It's not redirect. I gotta get there.
We're holding the objection. I noted it.
Thank you.
Certificate of ascertainment.
Okay. Now I'm gonna hand you exhibit 11. And is that the purported certificate of votes for the Republican nominees for elector?
Yes.
Was that accompanied with a certificate of ascertainment?
No.
Does that certificate of votes match the results as certified by the certificate of ascertainment, which is exhibit 5?
I'm gonna object. This is already issues that she's covered on her direct.
I would agree.
That's the name.
Exhibit 11, pages 2 and 3. Is there any contingent language in that document? And during your investigation, did you obtain any information about an attempt to serve, attempt to deliver or publish that document?
Objection asked Nancy.
Well, according to redirect, there was no evidence of an attempt to publish. I mean, to cross-examination.
Well, Attempt to publish by whom? That was,
By the
that was, okay, thank you, because that wasn't clear in your original question. Objections
Okay.
overruled.
No, I'm gonna object to this claim for a legal conclusion as to whether it was uttered or published. And the reason I say that is because unless this witness has, I would only ask that he be asked specific questions. Because whether it's published or not goes to what specific facts were involved. He can't just say, yes, in my view, this was published. I don't.
These were direct issues that were brought out on cross-examination.
I'm gonna withdraw my objection because other counsel have raised it.
Yeah, and
I'm withdrawing, Your Honor.
she has to address it because there was direct questions to this witness as to whether or not there was evidence
Yeah,
that,
what evidence, I don't have an objection to what evidence of it is there, as opposed to, do you think legally this was? I don't- That's that question. Okay. I withdrew my objection.
okay, repeat your question.
During your investigation, did you uncover any evidence of either attempts to publish this document or actual publication of this document?
I'm gonna ask just for clarification, are we talking about specific people or are we talking in general?
I gotta get to the next question.
All right, if that's where you're going, I was just.
Okay, you already asked the question. We can't every 2 words say objection. Ask the question, please.
Thank you. Now, was there one attempt, multiple attempts to publish this document?
There's multiple.
Okay, I want to start with the first attempt to publish the document. What date was that? And if you can tell us by when.
First attempt was on December 4th, 2020. That was by a group of electors, Republican electors, and there was some other representatives there as well.
And where was the attempt to publish Exhibit 11?
That's the Capitol Annex.
And based on your investigation, was that attempted publication or was that publication successful?
Yes, they attempted to publish it. It was not received.
Judge, objection, he keeps saying they, could we have specific people or individuals instead of they?
Agreed.
If you can name persons in the group, that would be helpful.
Ian Norton.
Okay.
You
And
said
when,
Ian Norton did what?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did he do?
To publish.
He attempted to publish. And your testimony is that he was successful?
No, he was successful in presenting the document to the state police. But as far as publishing it, it was the attempt to publish was made there at the Capitol.
Judge, I would object to that. Talking about an envelope, not a document.
That's argument really, but the court is aware of what the video shows.
thank you.
You can proceed.
Now, was there a second attempt to publish the document?
Yeah.
And do you have a date for that?
It was received by the National Archives on January 5th in 2021 in the US Senate.
And just to show you, this is Exhibit 10. Is that the document that was received by the National Archives?
Yes.
Looking at Defense Exhibit A. Does that document have contingent language?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you find any evidence that there was an attempt to publish that document?
No.
In fact, during your investigation, were you able to locate a signed copy of that document?
No.
Did you speak to members of the Michigan GOP during your investigation?
Yes.
And were any of the members of the Michigan GOP that you spoke with able to direct you where you could find a signed copy of Defense Exhibit A?
No.
I'll show you exhibit 6. Can you tell us what that is?
The 2020 certificate of votes for president and vice president, state of Michigan, for the Democratic electors for votes cast for President Joseph Biden and Kamala and Vice President Kamala Harris.
And that document actually corresponds with the results that as they are laid out in the certificate of ascertainment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the certificate of votes a public record?
Yes.
During your investigation, were you able to find any evidence that the Republican slate of nominees legitimately could vote or deliver a Republican slate for the Michigan Electoral College?
No.
What evidence did you obtain to the contrary?
The popular vote was approximately 150,000 or 154,000 vote difference between President Joe Biden versus President Donald Trump. The votes had been certified by the Board of Canvassers. The Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey and Speaker of the House Lee Chatfield had announced both on November 20th and December 14th that the legislature was not going to interfere with the results that had been certified. And of course, locating this document as well along with the certificate of ascertainment.
Now, we have heard during your cross-examination about 2 slates being delivered in Hawaii in 1960.
Yes.
Are you aware of the circumstances of 2 slates of electors of votes being submitted from Hawaii in 1960?
Yes.
What were the facts of that?
Well, initially, President.
I'm
Your
sorry,
Honor, I'm gonna
Judge,
object to-
Your Honor, unless, I mean, is he reading from Wikipedia? How does he know this?
What's the foundation?
I guess we're doing a joint,
There's 2 different objections. One is,
currently a simultaneous.
well, yours is lack of personal knowledge. Is that your
Foundation.
foundation? Okay.
I'm
It is his
joining that
foundation.
objection.
You can respond.
Did you obtain this information during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And did you research why 2 slates were submitted for Hawaii in 1960?
Yeah.
Why did you think that was important as part of your investigation to learn about 2 slates being delivered 60 years in the past?
Because it was referenced by the Republican electors of 2020 and many other people, including Mr. Jesco.
Yeah, procedure.
Objective.
Could you tell us what information you were able to learn about why 2 slates, well, why 2 certificates of vote were delivered?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to the foundation. What's his basis for that? Is it Wikipedia, as Mr. Bellotta suggested? Is it some official record? Is it, what's the basis?
The basis of his understanding of that case.
Yes.
You can ask him how you researched it.
Where were you able to obtain information? Well, first,
Is there another objection?
Yes, I had objected on relevance. The facts of that case have no bearing on the facts of this case.
I
If
agree.
he wants to make distinctions between the 2, that's fine. That has no bearing on this. Unless he's testifying that in a typical accident is an expert.
Is he specifying what?
Unless he's testifying as an expert, the only thing he's testifying about is the facts in this case. The facts in that case are irrelevant.
Did you want to respond?
I do. On cross, Hawaii 1960, the fact that the Republicans and the Democrats both submitted a certificate of votes was referenced. It was referenced as state of mind for the defendants. I think it's important to know the underlying facts of that case and how they do not mirror the situation that was in the state of Michigan in 2020.
just want to go on the record, Your Honor, from Ms. Rook and say that we 100% disagree with the defense objection by Mr. Gilbert. We believe that 1960 facts are very relevant because it was motivating a lot of these attorneys to do what they did.
We have a number of co-counsels that are not present, but from the first iteration that would agree with you.
I just wanted to join that objection as well.
I agree with Mr. Bellato.
Objections based on, unless this witness has some evidence that his understanding of what happened. I mean, what happened in Hawaii happened in Hawaii in 1960. And we all know that. But as the AG just said, this goes to the state of mind of our clients, of the defendants, not his state of mind, our client's state of mind. So unless there's some tie-in to, he has proof that, for example, Mr. Cho understood what happened in Hawaii exactly as he does, then I guess I would argue that.
Well, I don't know what her question to him as it relates to that was going to be. Or I'm assuming it was going to be if he understood or what his understanding of the case was and how that played into his investigation and ultimate decision to authorize a complaint. But that would have presented a follow-up question for me, depending on what his answer was anyways, just because I recognize that he may have read or reviewed that case. I don't know how he could make a conclusion as to whether or not those facts were present here. I think that calls for a legal conclusion. So,
Right, Your Honor, so I should clarify, I have no objection in that context, as Your Honor was just saying, for his investigation, that sort of thing. But if the attempt here is to try to, put that over that to my client, that, that somehow that was his state of mind, that's where I.
right, but I'm thinking she's doing this so how it affected his
Right, and I have.
investigation,
And I've
which
got no problem with that.
I'm allowing, but if it went into that, what you're talking about, my concern, it would cause a follow-up question.
And I'm not asking this witness to make a legal conclusion. I'm just trying to elicit the facts that were the underlying facts of why two certificates of vote were submitted in Hawaii. And I mean, I think based on the days of testimony, the court's well aware of the facts in this case and how they could be distinguished from Hawaii 1960.
Your objection is overruled.
Your Honor, my
Your
objection
objection
is, one of that Agent Shock's understanding is totally irrelevant. What's relevant, unless we're talking specifically about the investigation, but there's been absolutely, it doesn't sound like there's going to be any ability to show what the electors understood that Hawaii situation is. And that, so I think it's important to note that it's irrelevant for that purpose. What Agent Shock believed.
I would agree. It doesn't have any bearing on what the elector's mindset was, because he can't speculate as to what their mindset or understanding of the case was. So I agree to that, but he can still respond as to how it affected his mindset, which steered his investigation.
I think, and maybe I'm wrong, I think what the prosecutor was trying to do is just explain why this didn't deter him, that he knew about Hawaii and he kept going. And that's the purpose.
I think that's what she's trying to do.
I have no problem.
I'm trying.
You can proceed, counsel.
Please proceed, sir.
So, like I said, it was Mr. Chesbrough had brought it up. Mr. Northen had brought it up when he was there at the Capitol trying to publish the documents. So going back to 1960, well, what I learned about it was from a variety of sources. So the open source information through whether it was news articles or there's I looked at there's Stanford, Cornell Law has information about that. So turning to those sources as well. Looking at what took place and then gleaning what took place or gleaning what I learned from those articles and learning that the President Nixon had received initially the popular vote. The vote was too close to call. There was a court-ordered recount that was put in place. President Kennedy ended up winning the state of Hawaii by 115 votes. And one other thing, the electors met together and they both cast their votes together because the election was too close to call. And so there was, they wanted to have both slates ready to go in case during the recount, President Nixon's votes were superseded by President Kennedy. vote.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, there was a legitimate controversy as to the final results in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Was there a controversy in Michigan in 2020? For the election results? I'm sorry.
No,
And what evidence did you obtain to show that there was no controversy as to the Michigan presidential election results?
the fact that the vote margin was 154,000 votes. The Board of Canvassers had met and certified the votes. The legislature had stepped in and said, both on December 14th and prior to December 14th, that, this legislature was not taking any action. I didn't uncover any court case that ruling at that particular time that was going to overturn the election, or no court had stepped in and said, it's too close to call, like we're talking about in Hawaii. It would be beneficial to have both electors vote at the same time.
Your Honor, I'm going to also object that unless he can tie that to the state of mind of the electors, that whole answer is completely irrelevant.
It's not relevant as to their intent or state of mind. It's only relevant as to why he did his investigation the way he did.
Thank you.
Now, based on this information that you obtained during your investigation, was that the basis for you drafting your complaint?
Yeah.
Now, there was a lot of talk during cross-examination about evidence and information that was obtained after you drafted your complaint.
Yes.
Interviews that were conducted after you drafted your complaint, specifically with Mr. Renner and Mr. Chesbro. Do you recall those many questions?
Yes.
And actually, Mr. Chesbro provided several emails that were around the time of the election. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you review those emails?
Yes.
Did you make any attempts to do independent investigation based on the information contained within those emails?
Yes.
What did you do, sir?
Tried to verify the information and talking to other states, and following up on the social media posts, drafting additional search warrants.
And as it related to drafting this additional search warrants, were you able to obtain information from 2.5 years ago based on, I guess, probable cause generated by those Chesbro emails?
Yeah.
What kind of information were you able to obtain?
Just the social media accounts of Mr. Chesbro, conversations that he had between members of the Republican National Party or campaign for President Trump.
And did you review that evidence?
Yeah.
And just talking about the subsequent interviews and then subsequent evidence that you obtained after your complaint, would that have changed your decision to draft a complaint in this case?
No.
Why not?
Because there was a concerted effort to create a slate of electors to present to Vice President Pence to cause a pause in the election, or the counting of the votes.
And I'm gonna hand you defense exhibits D and E. Recognize those?
Yeah.
And on cross-exam, you were asked to read several statements indicating the state of mind of several electors on the day of December 14th, 2020. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You were also asked if those statements would change your mind about whether or not those electors had an intent to defraud. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for clarification of what specific electors she's referring to instead of those electors.
Can you clarify?
I can. Who are the authors of those statements in exhibits D and E?
Michonne Maddock and Amy Pachinello.
And do you remember on cross-examination saying that those specific statements in D and E would not have changed your mind about the defendant's intent?
Yes.
Could you explain to the court why those particular statements in D and E do not change your mind?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to the relevance as to Marianne Sheridan's state of mind.
Well, I didn't say it went to Marianne Sheridan's state of mind.
Well,
So the defendant's intent.
The declarants.
I would join the
Okay.
objection also.
She's changing it to declarants intent.
And
to what?
these
To the declarants.
These exhibits were admitted on cross-examination over the people's objection as to state of mind of the defendants, and I'm allowed to go into.
He was objecting as to his client for that, is what he said.
That's fine.
You change it to declarant versus defendant.
So the objection sustained.
As to your client, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm specifically, well, I believe these were admitted by Mr. Bellotta. So for all fairness, I'm referring to the purpose that Mr. Bellotta admitted it, and that's what my redirect is going towards.
Thank you. If there was a question, I'm sure he doesn't remember what it is.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, I mean,
just gonna ask.
On cross-examination, you were asked if these statements by Ms. Maddock and Ms. Facinello would change your mind as to these defendants' state of mind or intent. Do you remember that line of question?
Your Honor, I'm going to object it to its entirety because they're not even defendants in this particular proceeding.
Well, it was admitted over my objection.
She's addressing something Mr. Bellotta admitted. So she has the right to address it
Okay.
because he addressed it on his cross.
Okay, I don't remember
So-
my question again. Do you remember my question?
I do.
Okay.
So you had asked me, based on reviewing this, if it had changed my mind, and I said no, and you had asked well, why
Yes.
that didn't change my mind. As it references in here, we need additional time as more evidence develops. It's our duty to the people of the state of Michigan. We voted, we weren't allowed into the Capitol. There's some other language in here that criticizes people, but the point is that the votes were certified by the Board of Canvassers. The vote margin was 154,000 votes. The state legislature had said on at least 2 occasions that they weren't going to interfere, they were going to allow the electoral process to play.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to on 2 occasions, because one of those occasions happened after these people signed this document. I think he's referring to the November 20th release of the statement by Mr. Sherby, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I would just limit it to the one, not
Okay.
2. Thank you.
What's the objection?
Yeah.
Objection is that he's misstating the evidence in the record, which is that there were 2 statements out there when these folks signed, that's what this implying is the answer. So that was my objection. It states evidence in the record.
If you want to respond to the objection.
Well, I was asking why these statements would not have changed his.
I wasn't objecting to the
No,
question.
he's objecting to the response.
Okay,
So the objection is sustained as to the response. Did he answer your question?
Were you done answering the
No,
question?
but so there was one statement by the Senate Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House said that they weren't going to interject or change the electoral votes.
Do you remember when that was?
November 20th, 2020.
Now, in reviewing the social media returns, did you come across a conversation between those two electors, Maddock and Facinello?
Yes,
And did that also affect your determination whether or not the comments in D and E would have changed your mind as to those defendants' state of mind?
When you say those defendants, it's just those two and that.
The declarants in D and E, they're the
Okay.
only ones who made comments in D and E.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to the relevance as it relates to this group of electors, in particular my client.
It was addressed on Mr. Bellato's cross-exam.
It doesn't make it relevant. At
Well,
this
I
point-
allowed it so she gets to redirect it.
Okay.
We can continue.
Did it change my state of mind?
I'm gonna just try and ask the question again.
Okay.
The two electors that are the focal points of the comments in D and E, John Maddock, Amy Facinello. In reviewing their social media returns, did you come across a conversation between those two defendants?
Yes,
And on cross, you were asked if the statements in D and E changed your thoughts as to those defendants' state of mind or their intent. What I am asking is the conversation between Ms. Facinello and Ms. Maddock that's in the social media return. Did you also take that into consideration when determining those defendants' state of mind and or their intent?
yes.
And how did the conversation specifically between Ms. Maddock and Ms. Facinello in comparison to the statements in D and E affect how you view their state of mind?
They contradicted.
Do you recall the nature of the conversation between Ms. Facinello and Ms. Maddock in the social media return?
Yes,
And what was it?
they said we're not electors.
Do you recall when that conversation
Can
occurred?
we have an exact, instead of him just spitballing what he thinks they said, I'd like to know the exact, his words mean so much in this case. That's going to intent, but okay. And have him ask that he read the word. Thank you.
Can you clarify and direct them to where the exhibit is word to use?
I will. Do you recall the date of that conversation?
I don't, I'd have to look at the material.
Would that refresh your memory to the date as well as the actual language in the conversation?
Yes. Thousands of pages of material.
I'm gonna hand you what has been marked for purposes of identification, People's Proposed Exhibit 28. Could you tell us what that is?
It's the certificate of authenticity for records from Meta and the business records as well.
And on the second page, does it identify who that particular return belonged to?
Yes,
Okay, and who did it belong to?
Amy Facinello.
I'm gonna ask you to turn to the 5th page, in the upper right-hand corner. I believe the meta page number is 23,150.
Okay.
Do you see a highlighted conversation at the bottom of that page?
Yes,
Could you read that to yourself, sir?
okay.
Does that conversation have a date and timestamp?
Yes,
Could you tell us the date and the timestamp?
starts out 2020, December 5th. timestamp 20 hours, 58 minutes, 39 seconds, UTC time, and that's military time.
And does that thread indicate who the participants are in that conversation?
Yes,
And who are the participants?
Amy Fechinello and Michonne Maddox.
Who is the first person in, I guess, to make a comment in the conversation?
Amy Fechinello.
What's that comment from Ms. Fechinello?
Have you received any communication about being an elector? I have not gotten even a letter or a single phone call, period. I have zero idea what is happening, period.
And again, I'm sorry, what was the date and time of that post?
That was December 5th, 2020 at 20:58 hours.
And is there a response to that question?
Yes,
Who responds to that question?
Michonne Maddox,
And what's the date and time of that response?
December 6th, 2020. Time is 01:22 hours, 40 seconds UTC time.
And what's the response?
We are no longer electors, unfortunately.
Is there an additional response?
Yes,
Who sends that?
Michonne Maddox.
What's the date and time?
December 6th, 2020, 1:22 hours, 54 seconds UTC time.
And what's the response?
Only if the president had won Michigan.
Sorry, can we get a date on that last one here?
Yes, December 6th, 2020. Time is 01:22 hours, 54 seconds.
Thank you.
Welcome.
None of the people conclude our redirect.
I have
I'll
a
take
couple
all
follow-up
of these.
questions.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
I have a couple questions. Agent Chalk, you testified shortly on your redirect that at the time that the electors met on December 14th, that there was no legitimate controversy that existed in 2020. Were there at the time no legal proceedings relevant to the election pending at that time?
Yes,
There were or no?
yes,
There were some?
yes.
Okay, so how did you make a determination that there was a legitimate controversy if there were legal proceedings at the time?
There's nothing, again, we had the certification of the votes by the Board of Canvassers. The margin was so wide, there was no court order recount. State legislature had not intervened. And while there was pending litigation, there was nothing that I saw that was going to immediately have an effect on that decision.
What kind of cases were pending relevant to the litigation of the
They
election?
were court cases about, to summarize here, just voter irregularity.
So wouldn't the question of there being a legitimate controversy be a question for a court to decide and not for the agent who's investigating this to decide?
Yes,
But you made the decision and not the court that there was a legitimate controversy?
no, the court made the decision after I took over the investigation.
Okay, so they made it after December 14th? Because my question was there a controversy tied up in the court on December 14th when this alternate document was signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so how does that play into your statement that there was no legitimate controversy at the time that the electors knew of?
Like I said, in my mind, there was nothing that was going to take place. There had been several court cases leading up to that, all of which had been dismissed. And there was nothing that I was looking at in these court cases. You know, again, I'm reviewing it 2 years later.
I get that, but when you're reviewing it, you're going back in time.
Yeah.
What was happening at that time? On December 14th, there were cases still tied up in court about the election, correct?
Yes,
At that time, it's reasonable to believe that the Republican electors knew about those cases that were pending, correct?
yes.
How do you determine now that at that time, even though these cases were pending, that the electors knew that those were not legitimate controversies?
I didn't see anything that there was going to be a recount put in place, that there was going to be an action by the court to overturn the election. So I saw, what I did see was, decisions about a voter irregularities and things like that, but I didn't see anything that is going to ultimately change the outcome of the election here in Michigan.
And you saw that on December 14th, or you're saying that those decisions that came after December 14th?
No, I saw that on December 14th.
Okay, so everything that was still pending that you saw on December 14th would not have had an effect on the ultimate outcome of the 2020 election?
The ultimate outcome, yeah.
Okay, and then my next question is that you stated that you chose to author the affidavit and support of these complaints because there was a concerted effort to present a slate to cause a pause in the electoral process. How was that a crime?
That's to cause a pause in the electoral process, federal crime, that would have an impact federally. If president.
How's that
or
a state
vice-
crime?
I was gonna get to that. So there was information I learned in the investigation that a second slate of electors was created to put pressure on the state legislature to change or to have an impact on the counting of the votes or the certification of the votes to intervene in the state election.
And your perception based on your investigation was to have the legislature intervene in a fraudulent way?
No, to stop or change the election or the counting of the votes here in Michigan.
I understand that, but you're saying you want them to stop or you thought that the effort was to get them to stop or change it in a way that was fraudulent?
No.
Okay, so then how is electors, or let's not even call them electors, how is it that citizens taking effort to cause their legislators to pause a process a crime?
Well, anything that would interfere with the state law that lays out the electoral process, any violation of that would be the crime. If we have the electoral process laid out in statute, and maybe it's the state legislature or somebody else that changes that or tries to circumvent that, then that would be a crime.
A crime of what?
The crime of the election law.
Okay, and then my last two questions is why, because you said that it was Ian Norton, you said his name was, that attempted to present or publish the document on December 14th. Why has he not been charged? Or do you know?
I can't answer that question.
Okay.
I'm gathering facts and it's an ongoing investigation.
I've heard that.
But we're not.
You don't believe you have enough facts gathered for Ian Norton, even
Yes.
though you testified that he was the one who tried to publish the document?
Yes, there's further investigation that's needed, Your Honor.
Okay, and Chesborough, I think there was a whole docket, or I should say file of exhibits as to statements that you were provided by him and you met with him, correct?
Yeah,
You don't think you have enough evidence to charge him?
that was entered in a proffer.
Okay.
So again, trying to gather more information, supporting information that's outside that proper, because we can't use the information that was gathered in the proper against him.
Correct.
And it's become challenging with all the media attention, and every advancement in my investigation becomes public knowledge now.
But as to, could you use the ongoing investigation to explain why you believe Mr. Norton has not been charged? However, you have video evidence that he was the one who allegedly tried to publish it. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And you don't have any evidence that the named defendants in this case ever had the document in their hand to try to publish.
Yes.
Any additional redirect or cross based on that?
Your Honor, if I could clarify, when he said yes to your last question, you mean correct?
Correct.
Judge is
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I just had one clarifying based on the first question. I'd like to know what crime he's referring to as far as if someone doesn't follow what the Michigan
He
statute.
said it was a violation of the election law.
Where is that in the crime or criminal section?
If he can answer that, if he can.
Is there a criminal statute that says it's a crime and lots of prison time to someone who doesn't follow the election law?
The election law forgery.
What's the election law? But that's forgery though, correct? That would require the elements of forgery, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. You had a question?
Well, I guess I thought I was gonna go first, but I'd rather all the
Let them-
defense
that's
attorneys go
fine.
before I go.
Before you redirect should be last.
Yeah.
Any recross based on my questions?
Yes, briefly. Based on your question?
Yes, my question.
Sorry. How, you made the claim in response to the judge's question that you think that you acknowledge that there are cases pending that were challenging certain aspects of the election, but you said you didn't believe that the outcome, that any result in these pending cases could change the outcome of the election because it had already been certified. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you don't believe that a judge, that a court in Michigan could have the authority to order certification for a different candidate?
No, they could.
Okay, so then you understand that one or more of these pending lawsuits that were still pending on December 14, 2020 could have resulted in a court ordering that result to be certified for President Trump, correct?
That's, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I have a couple of questions based on your question.
Thank you.
So to follow up Mr. Vallada's question, so essentially you just ignored those other cases that you just felt you knew what the courts were going to do, and so you could ignore it, and it had no application to the electors on December 14th. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, sir.
Okay. And then testimony came out, I think it was yesterday, that Ian Northup, based on the video, was not representing any of the defendant electors, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay. So did Hank Choate attempt to hand an envelope to anybody on December 14th at the state capitol annex?
No.
Okay. Did any of the other electors try to hand anything to in an envelope or any paperwork at all to the police at the state capitol building on December 14th?
Did anyone?
Yeah, did any defendant
Oh,
electors?
defendant. Oh, no.
Okay. So you're attributing Mr. Northam's actions when he was not representing my client and the other electors. You're attributing his action to them, right? To say they tried to publish. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, how was that possible if you didn't represent him?
Because the initial approach to the Capitol Annex and state police was that they were all there together. We are electors.
Judge, I'm gonna object to that. That's a mischaracterization when he says they were all there together. There were certain individuals who were there, but
Not all.
not all my clients.
Yes.
My objections sustained.
So the mere fact that they were there means they tried to publish it.
Well, I would ask,
because they were there.
barring the objection for clarification, that the witness be allowed to finish his answer. He was
I thought he was
mid-sentence.
done.
That he
I'm
can
fine.
continue.
That's
I
fine.
think, yes. This is, a Representative there, Rendon was there, telling the state trooper, followed by Mrs. Maddock, and some of the other select defendants were there, telling them that they wanted to gain entry to the Capitol to serve the electoral votes.
Can you repeat the representative's name you said?
Dare Rendon,
Dare,
Dare,
please spell it.
DAIRE. Rendon,
But again, they didn't gain entrance to the Capitol, right?
that's correct, sir.
And they never left any paperwork at the Capitol, right?
Yes,
So nothing was published to them. They never got it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said in response to Judge Simmons' question, wouldn't a court decide if it's a legitimate controversy? And isn't it reasonable that the electors knew of the cases, and you acknowledge that?
Yeah.
That's true. But then you gave your litany again of that you're relying on the fact that at that point on December 14th, there was no recount, right?
yeah,
That there had been no legislative action, right?
yeah,
And the Board of Canvassers had acted, right?
yeah.
Okay, well, let me ask you about the legislative action. You keep referring to that. This Shirky Chatfield press release as if it's some kind of legislative action. That was not legislative action, was it?
No.
Okay, the legislature speaks as a whole, right? As a body when they vote, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Representative Chatfield and Senator Shirky had no authority to issue anything or bind the whole legislature with a press release, did they?
They were speaking on behalf.
No, they were speaking on their behalf, weren't they, sir?
That's what I was, you cut me off, Mr. Coleman.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay, so they were not speaking for the legislature as a whole, right?
yes,
Okay, so why is it unreasonable then for the electors to think, because they had 5 legislators apparently with them at the Capitol building on December 14th, that there might be some legislative action? Why is that unreasonable for them to think that?
I don't know.
Well, it is reasonable, isn't it?
I don't know what they were thinking at that time.
Okay. But you agree there was no official legislative action that had been taken as of December 14th on this controversy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Any other defense attorneys? Redirect.
I was gonna try and do this in reverse order, but that's not gonna happen. Specifically with exhibits 10 and 11, which is the certificate of votes that was executed by the Republican nominees for elector. During your investigation, did you find any evidence that there was an expectation of state legislative action with regards to the Republican certificate of votes? No?
How does that go to any of my questions?
Well, you asked about the criminal activity and I do not because the witness is understand and I don't want to be seen as.
You're talking about my question where I asked him about his response that there was a concerted effort to present a slate, to pause, and I asked him, how is that a crime?
Yes, and I was trying to flesh that out.
How is a crime?
Yes.
Okay, because that was way off from what my question was. I wrote down verbatim his statement. I want him to explain to me how that was the crime, because that's why he authored the affidavit, is what he said.
I'll take the direct route. According to Michigan law, only the appointed electors can deliver Michigan's electoral votes. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And according to the certificate of ascertainment, which party's electors were appointed?
The Democratic elected.
And did they author a certificate of votes for the 2020 electoral votes for Michigan?
I'm gonna object. I don't see how that follows through with what the court
I think she's
offered.
building up to it, maybe.
Okay,
I am building up. Now, also in 2020 was a certificate of votes created by the Republican Party.
Yes.
And was there a certificate of ascertainment granting the Republican Party the authority to create a certificate of votes?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. I know that she's trying in order to get somewhere, but frankly, we already know this. We've heard it many different times that Republicans did not have a certificate of ascertainment.
I completely agree.
I'm getting to the.
I just want to know what was the violation of law based on his statement from your question, was that he moved forward with authorizing the complaint because there was a concerted effort to present a slate that would cause a pause in the electoral process. That was his statement. How is that a crime? What crime did they violate by causing a pause, if that's what they did?
Well, it all is predicated on the execution of this document, and then that leads to, one, that is a crime in and of itself, but then it leads to the other.
Causing the pause was my specific question. How was causing the pause a violation? I didn't ask how this certificate of ascertainment that wasn't a company, I didn't ask all of that. I asked specifically, how was causing the pause?
Okay, I'll get to.
We already know, we've gone through that about 10 times. We already know that. I wanted to know how his statement that because they caused a pause was that was the violation or a crime. How is that a crime is what I asked.
Now, the certificate of votes that was created by the Republican slate.
Yes.
Feel free.
That was was that a legitimate document?
No.
And in trying to serve
Which document? They don't clear what document you're talking about.
Republicans' certificate of votes.
Okay.
And in trying to serve that document, when you talk about a pause, can you be more specific as to what you mean?
So it would be a disruption in the counting of the votes, the Democratic slate of votes, the election law process as it is spelled out both in state law and federal law.
Was there an effort to have the Republican certificate of votes accepted over the Democrat certificate of votes?
Yes.
And is that what you mean by the pause and disruption?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Did you want to respond to the objection because your questions were leading?
Was leading. I'm trying to get there and not take the securities route.
Well,
Abby.
the objection is sustained. The issue I have with the leading as it relates is because I followed up with my question with asking him specifically, was it his position that they were trying to get them to pause for a fraudulent purpose? And he said no. That was my follow-up question to that question.
And my follow-up to your follow-up was
To lead him into saying something different, which
yes,
would impeach his other statement.
I'm allowed to impeach my own witness.
Yeah, agreed. That's fine. He can impeach away. That just discredits him further and further.
Was the witness's answer stricken?
As it relates to the last, your
Well,
leading
last
question?
My last question.
He said there was an objection was leading. I sustained the objection.
Well, I can't remember what my last question was.
Your questions about him, was there an effort for them to accept the Republican slate over the Democratic slate?
That was the second to last question.
Yeah, and then there was
no
one.
objection.
There was, correct, there was only objections. Well,
To my last question.
he was objecting to your last question. I don't remember exactly which one was the last one.
Yeah, me neither. The one about the concerted effort to replace the slates was not objected to.
Okay.
And was that accepted by the court?
Correct.
Thank you. We'll have no further redirect.
Thank you. You may be excused from the stand.
Your
Yes,
Honor,
please.
I do have a matter, not any questions, but since the focus was Ms. Sheridan is on her state of mind, I'm going to ask that all of the testimony during this witness's examination related to defendants exhibits D and E. I'd ask that all the testimony as it relates to Ms. Sheridan be stricken from the record as it relates to Ms. Sheridan, because it's totally irrelevant.
That was the, I don't have the exhibits. That was the exhibit that Mr. Bellotta addressed Ms. Maddock and Fashionella, I believe.
That's correct.
I think we already noted that. It does have no effect on your,
Well,
I think you did that
understand, but
already.
I'm making, I guess, a formal motion to strike that testimony as it relates to my client.
It has no effect and that's noted. It's not, it will
I
be
thought we
stricken as it
already did
relates
that
to
for
Ms.
all.
Sheridan. I don't believe that it was coming in as it relates to you. He was
Okay,
crossing for his client.
I just want to make
Yeah.
that crystal clear for the record.
When you cross for your client, it doesn't come in for his client. It comes in for yours.
Okay,
I make the same objection for my client as well.
Well,
Right,
Your
yeah.
Honor,
I'm assuming it's.
and it's not an objection, it was actually a motion to strike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here's
But
the
she,
thing, we
her,
don't-
her questions was, or her questions when she would redirect, was strictly, and she changed it to say as it relates to the declarant anyways, to make it clear. But Mr. Bellotta wasn't, or isn't able to admit that to show or defend your client's state of mind. He only was bringing it in.
And for the record, the reason that I brought it in, I said it at the time, was there were claims that these people had no, it wasn't contingency, and that they had no, they knew there was no legal reason to sign these documents. And I think that
Right, it wasn't.
that's why I brought it in. I wasn't, and it's of course not a statement of any of our clients.
Understandable. Counsel.
well, one, I think we all agree that the rules of evidence are very clear, and I was just redirecting on evidence that was admitted over my objection during cross. I cannot say before this court whether or not any other defendant referenced those exhibits during their cross, but to the extent that they did that evidence, and my redirect should be used against them. So I think it's premature just to do a blanket motion to strike for every defendant except Rose Rowe.
Okay, well, I'm quite confident he didn't bring
I know he
that
did not.
exhibit up.
Yeah, I know Mr. Freeman did not.
Yeah, I can't recall anybody other Mr. Bellotta bringing it up. I think he's the one who had it admitted. The record is there, so we'll know who it should be stricken as to and who it shouldn't be.
And
If they brought it up, it won't be stricken as to their client, but my recollection is only Mr. Bellotta referenced it.
And also to the extent that we're talking about the things that were and were not considered the quality of Agent Shock's investigation, it does go to his state of mind. So to a certain extent, it's still admissible for those purposes, not as hearsay against the defendants and not as to the defendant's state of mind, but statements that the agent took into consideration when investigating, when either investigating further or, you know, how he interpreted evidence. But again, it's not going to be used to establish the state of mind for anyone other than the declarant.
Is that an objection?
No, I think she's clarifying, she's clarifying why she used it or referenced it, because she was using it, and I think she said this on the original objection you made while she was questioning him, is that to show why he took the direction he took,
We're still talking about D and E.
D&E,
Oh, okay.
in his investigation,
Sorry.
not about anybody's intent or their state of mind.
I missed it. We were still talking about D and E.
We're still talking about
I
D&E.
was done with D and E.
I know you
so I'm
were.
gonna sit back down.
Thank you. Okay, sounds good. So, you have another witness? that you're
I
gonna-
do.
Okay, well, we're gonna give everybody a 10-minute, 13-minute break, because I like round numbers. And so you guys can come back at 10:20, and then which witness will be calling?
Jonathan Brader.
Sounds good. Off the record. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
I'm back on the record. This is who in the witness stand? Mr. Brader?
This is Mr. Brader.
Oh, Mr. Brader, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. And last name is Brater?
Yes, Your Honor.
First name Jonathon?
A.N., Your Honor.
A-N, okay. Counsel, you can proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Where do you work?
I work at the Michigan Secretary of State at the Bureau of Elections.
And how long have you worked at the Secretary of State?
I started at the Secretary of State in late January, early February 2019.
And specifically, how long have you worked with the Bureau of Elections?
Since January of 2020.
Can you tell us some of your responsibilities working with the Bureau of Elections?
Yeah, so as the Director of the Bureau of Elections, I supervise the Bureau staff and the Bureau's responsibilities, which include enforcing the Michigan Election Law, the Michigan Campaign Finance Act, the Michigan Lottery Registration Act, the new Personal Financial Disclosure Act. We also supervise local election officials and their responsibilities under the Michigan election law. They are independent elected or appointed officials, but we do supervise them to the extent that their work involves the election law. And we also operate the state qualified voter file and associated applications of that, which includes online voter registration.
Okay. And does the Bureau of Elections have any role in the national elections?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, all federal elections are conducted under federal law, but also under the Michigan election law. So candidates for federal office, whether it be U.S. House, United States Senate, or President, those elections are held alongside other state elections, and they're held on dates and with procedures that are held in the Michigan election law.
And then, Angie, what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 2, and ask you to look at that document. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes.
Starting with the first page, could you tell us what that is?
This is an email that I received from Katerina Horska at the National Archives.
Okay. And is there a date on that document?
January 8th, 2021.
And do you recall receiving that email?
Yes.
Okay, and there's an attachment to that email as well, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive that attachment with the email that is the first page?
Yes.
And what is that attachment, sir?
It's a document that's entitled memorandum. And it's from Kathy Burden, Chairperson, Electoral College of Michigan, dated December 14th, 2020. The subject line of the memorandum is Michigan's electoral votes for president and vice president. And it states that, I'll just read the document. It says pursuant to 3 U.S.C.
Oh, wait, I don't want you to.
Okay. It says that it includes copies of Michigan's electoral votes for president and vice president, certificate of the votes with votes for Donald Trump and Michael Pence, and it has a signed page from 16 individuals.
And I'm not sure if I heard this or not, but were you familiar with Ms. Horska before you received this email?
No.
You know where she works?
I believe at the National Archives.
Had you had any correspondence in your professional capacity with Ms. Horska prior to receiving this email?
I don't believe so, not personally.
And without reading the body of the email, what was the basis of the email?
She was informing me that she had received unofficial certificates from Republican electors that were not appointed by the governor, and that because they didn't come from the Secretary of State, they were not going to be adding them to the Electoral College website.
Now, looking at the remaining pages of that document, do you recall whether or not the Secretary of State had received that document before you received that email?
Not as far as I know.
And based on receiving that email with that attached document, did you do anything?
Yes, I contacted the Department of the Attorney General, Michigan Attorney General.
And why did you do that?
Well, this was an unusual document. It was unusual to get a document that was not the actual set of electors that had been properly approved. So that raised concerns for me. So I contacted the Department of Attorney General, and I think I also contacted the Michigan Department of State and Legal Services Administration. I'm not sure who I contacted first, but I believe I contacted both of them.
And was it your hopes that this document would be investigated further?
Yes, I think it needed to be reviewed. Again, it was an unusual thing to see a statement of electors that were not the actual electors from the state of Michigan.
Would move to admit people's proposed exhibit 1.
Objection to people 1.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection, but I didn't hear part of his answer. I think you said he contacted the Attorney General's office, and there was a second agency that he mentioned, and I didn't hear.
Yeah, should I answer?
Yes.
The Legal Services Administration for the Michigan Department of State.
Okay, thank you.
I just want,
Sorry, People's Exhibit 1.
I was gonna say.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's
2.
2. that's what I was
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say.
I'm sorry, I was just so used to it
Okay.
being 1. It is people's proposed exhibit 2. My apologies.
Okay.
Right here,
Yes,
Okay, people's 2 is admitted.
thank you.
No problem.
Now, in your answer, you stated that the attached document was unusual because it was not from the recognized electors. Is that a correct recitation of your testimony?
Yes, I think so.
Now, does Michigan have laws that govern how electors are appointed?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, were those laws followed during the 2020 presidential election?
Yes.
Now, as it related to the popular vote in the state of Michigan for the presidential election, what is the process to determine, I guess, which party wins the popular vote?
Sure. So the presidential election is somewhat unusual in that each state essentially holds their own election. When it comes to the presidential election, first, the major parties, Democratic Party and the Republican Party, both hold conventions, after which they inform us who they've nominated to be the candidate slate for the Electoral College. So it would have been 16 individuals in 2020. When there's a separate process by which we receive the nominees for each major party for president. We then hold an election in November. It's a different date every year in November, that the names of not the electors, but the presidential candidates and vice presidential candidates appear on the ballot. Voters cast those ballots, they're paper ballots, they're tabulated by electronic tabulation equipment. Following that, there is a canvas. Each of the 83 counties has a canvas where they review the unofficial returns and make any corrections as needed. Each of the 83 boards of county canvassers, which are composed of 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans, then certify the results at the county level. Then there is a board of state canvassers meeting, which is also 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. They then certify statewide the totals from all the 83 counties for all the offices on the ballot, including president. And then at that point, based on the returns that are certified by the state canvassers, we determine which presidential candidate received more votes, and those, that candidate's electors are then determined to be the winners for purposes of the electoral college.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 3. Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
this is the official canvass of votes for the Michigan presidential election in November 2020.
And what date was that document executed?
November 23rd of 2020.
People would move to admit people's proposed exhibit 3.
Objections to People's 3.
Objection.
Objection.
People's 3 is admitted.
Now, contained in that document, does it identify which party won the popular vote for the, as it relates to president and vice president in the state of Michigan?
Yes,
And which party won the popular vote?
the Democratic Party.
On the front page, there are 4 signature lines, correct?
Yes,
But there are 3 signatures.
yes.
Do you recall why there are only 3 signatures?
In this case, one of the canvassers, members of the Board of State Canvassers, Norm Schinkel, abstained, I think, from the vote. And so he decided not to sign this document.
And does that abstention in any way affect the certification of the results?
No,
Now, in your testimony, you stated that the county board of canvassers comprised of 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. What's the makeup of the state board of canvassers?
it's also 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans.
And was that the case in November 2020?
Yes,
Now, after the state board of canvassers certifies the votes, what's the next step in the process?
well, based on, when it comes to presidential election, based on the canvas, there's then a certificate of ascertainment that's produced for the electors who were duly elected. And each of that is then sent by the governor to the National Archives, and each of the electors who was duly elected gets a certificate indicating that they were duly elected. The canvass also triggers a period in which candidates who are aggrieved by the outcome can request a recount if they choose to do so.
Okay. There's a lot to unpack in that answer. First, I want to show you exhibit 5. Ask you to look through that and then let me know if you recognize that document.
Yes.
And what is that, sir?
This is a cover letter and an amended certificate of ascertainment that was sent by the governor to the National Archives.
And does it also include a copy of the original certificate of ascertainment?
Yes.
People would move to admit people's proposed, well, that's already admitted, sorry. The original certificate of ascertainment, does that have a date on it?
November 23rd, 2020.
And the certificate, just looking at the original certificate of ascertainment, does that identify which parties candidates for elector were appointed as the electors for the state of Michigan?
Yes,
And which party's candidates were appointed?
the Democratic Party.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to look at the earlier pages and look at the amended certificate of ascertainment. And does the party whose candidates were appointed, does that change with the amendment?
No,
Hand you people's proposed exhibit 4. And ask you if you recognize those documents, sir.
yes.
And what are those?
These are copies of the certificate of election that is given to each of the electors who were duly elected.
And are those specifically the certificates that were generated and then ultimately sent out for, as it relates to the November 2020 presidential election?
Yes,
And which party's electors received those certificates?
the Democratic Party.
In November 2020, did the state of Michigan, for any reason, send out certificates also to the Republican nominees for electors?
No,
Now, once a party's electors are appointed, are they given any additional information about what their duties are?
they informed, I believe, of the need to meet at the Capitol, the state Capitol and Senate chamber to pass their part of the Electoral College.
And is that a specific requirement, or can they just meet anywhere in Lansing?
It's required under a law that they meet at the Capitol, and I believe specifically the Senate chamber.
And once the appointed electors meet, what is it that they are supposed to do when they meet in the Senate chamber at 2 p.m.?
They cast their votes, they formally cast their votes in the Electoral College for president.
And is a document executed to, I guess, verify that their votes, the electors' votes are actually have been cast on that date at that location?
Yes.
Let me show you Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the certificate of votes for president and vice president from November 2020 election.
And in your answer as regards to the State Board of Canvassers certifying the vote, you said it triggered a recount process. Could you tell us about that?
Sure. So as I noted, we have people vote on paper ballots. Those paper ballots are tabulated using electronics, voting machines, voting equipment. The paper ballots are retained after the election. Under state law, if any candidate is aggrieved by the result and they believe that there was some error in the tabulation of the ballots, they can request a recount. And that needs to be requested 48 hours, within 48 hours after certification.
And certification in November 2020 was November 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Was a request for a recount submitted or as related to the presidential, vice presidential results for Michigan?
No.
Now, the process that you've just described, along with the documents that you testified to, has that been the process in the state of Michigan for a while?
As far as I know, yes.
And I'm gonna show you people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8. You recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are the certificate of ascertainment and the certificate of votes from the 2016 presidential election in Michigan.
And as with the 2020 certificate of ascertainment and certificate of ascertainment first, does the 2016 certificate of ascertainment identify which parties candidates were elected?
Yes.
And the the 2016 certificate of votes, people's proposed exhibit 8, does that bear the signatures of the appointed electors?
Yes, as far as I know.
Who would move to make people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8?
Objections to people 7 and 8.
For purposes of the record, was there any motion to admit number 3?
Yes.
That's already been admitted. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
People 7 and 8 are admitted.
Specifically turning your attention to exhibit 7, which parties candidates for electors were appointed in 2016 for the state of Michigan?
sorry, exhibit 7 is the certificate of ascertainment, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
The Republican Party.
In November 2020, well, strike that. Does the Michigan election law allow for multiple parties to deliver electoral votes?
No,
In November 2020, would there have been any legal justification or legal authority that would allow an additional party other than the party named in the certificate of ascertainment to deliver votes for president and vice president?
Well, I would object, Your Honor, unless he's, I don't think he's an attorney. You know, I mean, this is calling for a legal conclusion.
I think he is an attorney, but I'll let him answer.
But it's calling for a legal.
Well, his testimony also said that as the director of the Board of Electors, he has to follow and adhere to the Michigan election law, as well as the federal law that pertains to elections.
I'm not aware of any provision of the Michigan election law that would allow
Let me
that.
address the objection.
I apologize.
Did her response,
Well, again, it's calling for legal conclusions. I mean, he's already testified that believes the law was followed and what the law entails.
how is that not calling for a legal conclusion there?
Well, that's more general. He's being asked a very specific question here regarding his legal, if it's phrased as his legal opinion based on the law, and it's his opinion, I would not object, but he's
Well,
being asked to say that's what it is.
I think he can give him responses in correlation to his professional duties from the Bureau, as the director of Bureau of Elections. So to that extent, I'm going to overrule your objection.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
can answer the question.
I believe the witness has answered the question. Did the court hear the answer?
Can you repeat the answer?
I'm not aware of a provision of the Michigan election law that would have authorized a separate slate or multiple slates.
And do you still have the 2020 certificate of votes before you, People's Exhibit 6?
Yes,
Is that document a public record?
yes,
And the attachment that you received from Ms. Korska, is that a document that would be recognized by the Secretary of State?
not as an official certificate of votes, no.
But the label is certificate of votes, is that correct?
It is, yeah, the document says certificate of the votes on it.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Are you gonna use those exhibits? So I can just leave them up there.
You can take them if I need them.
I'll just.
Good morning, Mr. Brandon.
Morning.
And you are an attorney, is that correct? Or you went to law school, correct?
Yes, I am an attorney. I'm not licensed to practice in Michigan.
Are you licensed in any Michigan?
Yes, New York.
And you're currently the director of the Michigan Bureau of Elections.
Yes,
And how long have you been the director?
since January 2020.
You got put there during this January 2020.
Yes.
And then what were you doing before that?
The year prior to that, I was I was also at the Secretary of State, but I was I was the legal policy director of the Secretary of State, so I was not in the Bureau of Elections.
This is did you have any experience in election law or anything qualified you to make the jump in January of 2020 from what you were doing in the Secretary of State's office to becoming the election?
I'm not sure anybody would have been prepared for 2020, but I did have some experience in elections. Yes.
What was that?
Well, in the year prior, I worked as legal policy director. A lot of my work was focused on implementation of some of the new constitutional amendments that were passed in 2018. So I'd worked extensively with the Bureau of Elections and also some local election officials that year. And prior to that, I was working at the Brennan Center for Justice on election policy and law.
What center, I'm sorry.
So the Brennan Center for Justice for 7 years.
Thank you. And I want to talk, you talked a bit about the state, some of the state laws that apply to elections. You're also familiar with the federal, how the federal law has its own requirements, are you not?
Generally, yes.
Okay, and then would you agree that Michigan law tends to react to federal law? In other words, when federal law makes certain requirements required, such as in Title III of the United States Code, oftentimes the Michigan legislature will follow suit and enact something that provide the same requirements by state law. Have you found that to be the case?
Generally, that is the case. I would agree.
Thank you. And then what I want to talk about is Title III of the United States Code, Section 6. And I'm going to approach, if I could, Your Honor, and what's been introduced. I believe C is in evidence. I believe. So, exhibit C is in it.
I believe it is. It was in it.
If not, I can move it.
No objection.
It's just.
I think it was already minutes.
Yes, sir. So take a look at that statute, and I want to ask you a couple questions about it. Let me know when you're done. Just. And do you understand this to be the federal law that was in place, or at least one of the federal laws in place at the time of the election in November of 2020, the presidential election?
I'm not sure looking at this, whether this version.
Can you look, sir, to the very top of the page? Do you see, do you use Westlaw, by the way?
Not regularly.
Have you ever seen?
Yes, I have used it
Do you
before.
have any reason to believe this document isn't a printout from Westlaw?
No. I
Okay,
don't.
can you look at the very top and see what's been, second thing that's highlighted on page 1 of Exhibit C? Do you see the effective date?
Yeah.
When it's effective to?
It says 2 December 28th, 2022.
Are you aware of are you aware of the Electoral Account Reform Act 2022? The federal law that changed Title III somewhat?
Generally, yes.
Okay, so this is would you agree? Then it also tells you if you want to know when this was passed. The last date I see here is, and then it was 1951. Do you see that down in the bottom? As the last year that the statute was amended, this version. October 31st, 51.
I see that. I also see a 1984 date, but if you're telling me it was last amended in 51.
Where do you see 84, sir?
Underneath 1951, it says October 19th, 1984.
Okay, let's assume 84 maybe is the last time. Do you have any reason to quibble that this was the state of the law at the time of the election that we're talking about in this case, which is the Trump versus Biden election of 2020?
No, I don't.
Okay, so under this law, you're aware at the time of certain requirements that each state had to go through in order for their state's electoral college votes to count towards the presidential election for the nation. You understand that, right? The requirements?
Yes.
And one of those requirements is that the governor, what's called in this statute as the executive of each state, shall be the duty to, as soon as practicable, after the conclusion of the appointment of the electors, by the final ascertainment, see that? To communicate by registered mail to the state of the archivist for the United States, a certificate of ascertainment. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Okay, so, and that certificate of ascertainment that's required under this federal statute has to name the electors, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's set forth, it says here, it has to set forth the names of such electors and the canvass or other ascertainment under the laws of the state of the votes. So it has the vote count and the names of the official or duly appointed electors, correct? That's what this document that's required, it's calling for in Title 3, Section 6, correct?
I believe that's accurate.
Okay, so all this to say, you get an email on January 8th of 2021 from Katerina Horska from the National Archives, correct?
Yes.
I'm looking at exhibit 2. I'd like to have that back in front of the witness. Good. Exhibit 2. You have a pen? Here's exhibit 2, Mr. Brader. Would you agree with me, this email from Ms. Horska at the National Archives? She starts out by saying, "Good afternoon, Jonathan and Mark." And Mark is Mark Totten, correct?
Yes.
Is he a legal advisor to somebody? Who's Mark Totten?
At that time, he worked in the governor's office, the Michigan governor's office, and I don't remember his exact title, but he had a legal.
He's an attorney, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He's on this email as well, correct?
Yes.
And what Ms. Horska appears to be saying is that, or what she actually says is, for your awareness, we received today, and then she describes what she received. You see where she says, "For your awareness"?
Yes.
So she's providing this information to you, so you know about it, correct? It appears to be what she's doing. It's providing, that's what your understanding was. She wanted you to know that this came to her, correct?
That's how I would interpret for your awareness.
Okay, but she wasn't coming out to you and asking you, Mr. Brader, is this document, and we're talking now about the document that she forwarded you. She wasn't asking whether these electors in here were the official duly elected electors. She doesn't ask you that anymore, does she?
No.
Okay. So, and she says in her email, she says, "We received today unofficial certificates from the Republican electors who were not appointed by the government." Am I reading that correct?
Yes, that's what the email says.
Yeah. So she points out in her email that the governor is the one that has to appoint the electors. And that's your understanding of the law as well, correct? Both those things true.
Well,
One,
her email says that, yeah. In terms of appointed by the governor, I mean, if the governor issues a certificate of ascertainment, obviously there's more to the.
There's more to it, but the
How
the
Yeah.
governor's ascertainment appoints electors, correct? She's not far off by that, is she?
No, I mean, I think I understand what she means, which is that these were not on what the governor sent her.
So this wasn't a head scratcher for her in this, according to this email. Your understanding was she was not fooled by this, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Part of the email chain. Did you have any conversation?
Well,
I'll ask more
there's another-
questions. I'll
okay.
withdraw and ask more
Thank
questions. Did you have a conversation with her also, or just the email?
Just the email.
Okay. Did she ever, in this email or any additional emails, did she ever appear to you to state that these were the duly elected, the Republicans were the duly elected electors in Michigan? Did she ever appear to believe that in any of her emails? Did she ever say that?
Not as far as I know.
Okay. She was providing this just so you had it, correct? According to your email, you wanted you to be aware of it, correct?
Email says for your awareness. So
Follow up with her and call her and say, hey, make sure that you don't forward these on to the Senate, US Senate, because these aren't a your. Did you feel like you needed to do that?
I did not contact her as far as I remember.
And that's because you didn't feel you needed to do that, correct? Well, let me rephrase this. Did you believe that it was necessary to contact the National Archives to disabuse them of the notion that these could be the true electors, the Republican electors, or the true electors? Do you understand my question?
I didn't have any reason to think the National Archives thought these were the official electors.
That's what I'm asking. Thank you. Sometimes the scenic route is going to. Okay. And she even said that she's not even going to put this information on the Electoral College website, correct? She says, we will not be adding the documents to the Electoral College website, correct?
Yes.
And you understood that to be referring to the documents, meaning the documents that were signed by the Republican elector candidates, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the legal cases, lawsuits, both in state and federal court, state court of Michigan and federal court of Michigan that were pending on December 14th, 2020, which is an important date for all of these people here who are charged with serious felonies. On that date, December the 14th of 2020, were there pending legal actions that were trying to challenge the election on the basis of fraud, for instance?
I don't remember the specific status of all of those cases, but as far as I remember, there were still cases that had not been dismissed, or that where an appeal might still be in order.
Now, you said you didn't get into office until January 2020. Were you still following the election just generally and coverage?
The presidential election?
Yes, were you following the news? In the December 2020, January 2021 timeframe, were you aware of media reports about, for instance, various Republicans claiming there was fraud?
I was in office at that point, December 2020.
Yeah, you were in office?
Yeah. I
Oh, I'm
started
sorry,
in
you said January 2020.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was thinking it was January 2020. My bad. So you were there for a whole year before. It was your first presidential election, correct?
As director, yeah.
Okay, all right. And you knew that there were lawsuits pending December, even on December 14th of 2020, correct? They had to do with the challenging election.
Yes.
And were you aware that President Trump, or now former President Trump, was making public statements in December of 2020 saying that he really won the election?
Election. Pearson.
It's not offered for the truth of anyone winning or losing the election.
Losing an office.
In fact, it's offered to show that it was out. He was aware of it. It was in the public domain. Our electors could have been aware of it. It goes to the elector state law.
This witness?
Yeah, I was gonna say you're having him testify.
No, he's the director of the Bureau of Elections of Michigan. He had been such for a year. I would think he'd be following what people in the state were the media and what was going. But if you want me to.
Objection is sustained.
Thank you. You agreed that without a certificate of ascertainment matching the names of a certificate of votes, that certificate of votes has no legal authority. You would agree with that, correct, under federal law?
I wouldn't be the officer that was interpreting the federal law, but the federal law has specific requirements for the certificate of ascertainment and the certificate of votes.
And those were not followed with that exhibit that you were shown that was sent to the archives, correct? That document does not comply with either Michigan or federal law as far as all the requirements that are needed to count the votes, correct?
It was not sent in compliance with what's required under the Michigan election law. As far as how federal law would be interpreted, I can't.
Well, I'll go through them with you. I'll go through them with you. Was it sent under the seal of the state of Michigan? The document was sent here.
No.
Was it, were those electors, those names of electors, were those contained in a separate certificate of ascertainment?
No.
Did the governor of Michigan support and provide those names to the archivist as required under Title III?
They are not from the governor.
So you would agree it doesn't, that this document that you got from the archives and had no chance of being effective under the law, if laws were followed, correct?
I can't say what the chances would be. I'm not the official who would interpret and apply to federal law. I can say that these were not sent in compliance with state law.
You can't say that they weren't done in compliance with state law?
I can say that Michigan election law, which I have authority to enforce and interpret on behalf of the state of Michigan, those requirements were not followed. With respect to this, I cannot tell you how the federal law would be interpreted.
Okay, I'm not going to then ask you about federal law, but I will ask you, Are you hesitant to say, when I ask the question, this is of no legal effect? Are you hesitating because of the possibility that the state legislature could act in such a way as to circumvent the state law? Was that something in your mind when you were answering that question or no?
No.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Do you know whether or not the legislature would have changed the certification on their own without any court case? If you know, and I think you've been asked this, I know you've been asked this question before. I think you answered that you don't know. Laws access, could the state legislature have taken up the issue of the certification and just decided that they want to certify the election? President Trump, would they have even done that? If you know.
I'm not aware of a provision under the Michigan election law that would authorize that.
And you're not aware of anything under federal law?
I'm not as knowledgeable about federal law, but I'm not aware of anything now.
Thank you. And I appreciate your qualification. Be precise. And do you remember testifying at the last group of electors that were on trial in this case?
Yes.
And do you remember testifying that in December of 2020, it's your belief that a court ruling could potentially change the certificate of ascertainment in the 2020 election? Do you remember testifying that?
I don't remember whether I said that specifically. I do remember talking about how if someone wanted to contest the action of the governor or the secretary of state or the board of state canvassers, that the method for doing that would be.
But you said there were those cases pending on December 14, 2020, correct?
There were cases pending. I don't know if those cases are specifically doing that, but there were cases that had been filed and had not been dismissed, or not all appeals had been completed on that date. Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Morning. One of the first things that caught my attention with your testimony this morning was that in regards to you receiving the email from Katerina Firska regarding what they referred to, or she referred to, as unofficial certificates, and it was attached as a scan, correct?
I think it was a PDF attachment.
PDF attachment.
Yeah.
And you said that you thought that that was, quote, an unusual document, unquote, correct?
Yes, I think I used the word unusual.
And you received that email 2 days after the joint session on January 8th?
I received the email on January 8th, 2021.
And I have, is there a difference between an official public record or a document that's available to the public?
I'm not sure that I am qualified to answer that question. I think that I generally understand. I think the word public record can be used to refer to anything that would have to be produced under FOIA. But I understand there's another definition of public record that might mean an official document that's created by a government agency for an official purpose.
Thank you. No further questions.
No questions, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rader, my name is Dave Paulman. I'm attorney for Mr. Choate in this case. I just have a few questions. You mentioned that when you first received Exhibit 2, that you contacted the Attorney General's office, correct?
That's an email from Horska, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
And then you said you contacted the Michigan Department of State Legal Services.
That's correct.
Who did you contact here?
Mike Brady.
And did you do anything further after talking with him? Was there an investigation that you were a part of? What happened after you talked with Mr. Brady?
I don't really remember the details of the conversation we had. I think we talked about what this was and what effect it might have. I don't really remember the details of that conversation. At some point, it's like the Attorney General's office began investigating this, but I don't know when specifically that sort of a criminal investigation started.
Okay, so when you had this conversation with Mr. Brady, that was pretty much it until the AG's office took it up and did further investigation. Is that fair to say?
I don't remember anything specific happening. Specific actions that we took after that.
Okay, and I find it interesting that you just now said, talking with Mr. Brady, you were trying to figure out what this was and you chuckled about it, right? Like, what is this document from the Republican voters? You found it amusing, right?
No, I don't think I would say that.
Well,
It
you
was
just
unusual.
laughed, you just chuckled about it.
Certainly an unusual situation. But we had many unprecedented situations that we were encountering during this period of time, following the presidential election. So this was a new thing that we had to talk about.
Okay, and you knew, as you were chuckling about it, that this wasn't a valid document that you were looking at. Because you knew the Democrats had already turned in their certificate of ascertainment and their votes, right? So you knew it wasn't a valid document, right?
I knew that it did not comply with the requirements of Michigan election law.
Right, so it's not valid, right? You're an attorney, you know what the word means, you're giving us legal opinions here. It wasn't valid, was it?
It didn't comply with the Michigan election law.
Sir, please answer my question. Was it valid under Michigan law?
Yeah, and I believe it's gonna ask an answer.
Yes. There's a difference between saying it didn't comply and is it a valid legal document? He's the director of the department.
Well, you can ask him if he believes there's a difference between those things. If you-
Well, okay, thank you, Jeff. Do you see a difference between the word something being valid versus complying with the law, or do you think those are the same thing?
The reason that I'm hesitant to answer that yes or no is I don't know what a different official interpreting federal law would do with this document. I can't answer that question.
I didn't ask you
Objection,
that.
Your Honor, non-responsive. He needs to answer the question.
It's not responsive. We're not asking about what a different official interpreting federal law
Right.
would. This is your definition, your interpretation as the director for the Bureau of Elections. Do you believe that there's a difference between the terminology used in your response versus the term valid?
To the extent that valid is being said to mean, does it comply with the Michigan election law? No, I don't think it's valid.
Okay, thank you. You also made an interesting comment that you're talking about Exhibit 6. Have that in front of you.
What's Exhibit 6?
It's a certificate of votes for president. Thank you.
I'll send you a bill later.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yep.
And that you were indicating that got admitted as an exhibit. I believe it got admitted. And you acknowledged and you identified this as the certificate of votes by the Democrats electors, right?
These were the electors and they were Democrats.
For 2020.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said this was filed with your office, correct?
I don't know if I said it was filed with our office, but we took it when it was signed. And it was part of what was submitted by the Secretary of State to Congress and the National Archives.
Okay. So it was filed with the National Archives, right?
Yes.
Okay. believe it was filed with the office of the Senate, Vice the President of the Senate, US Senate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was the 2020 certificate of votes from the Republican electors, to your knowledge? Well, let me ask this, did you file the Republican certificate of votes for 2020 with the Archives Office?
No.
Did you file the Republican 2020 certificate of vote with the President's of the Senate's office?
No.
Did and you also said then that this document 6, the certificate of vote, was published. And did you mean then published in the sense that it was sent to the archives in the US Senate? Is that what you meant when you said that?
To be honest, I don't remember saying the word published. Perhaps I did. I don't remember that, but this was sent. This document was sent, the certificate of vote was sent by the Secretary of State to the required individuals, including the President of the Senate and the National Archives.
Okay, so the documents were published then to the archives in the Senate. I mean, that's what you said earlier. You were asked if it was filed, it was published. You said yes. In other words, it was sent to them, right?
We did send it to them. I don't know if the word publish would apply to that action, but we did send it to them.
Okay. What do you think the word publish means?
I generally understand it to mean post in a public.
So your office or some, like you said, government agency officially publishes it, posts it, sends it, does something to put it out to the public, correct?
We send it to the required individuals. I don't know if the Secretary of State actually publicly posted this document anywhere. I believe the National Archives does.
Okay. But under your definition then of published, it was published because it was sent to those agencies, right?
As I said, I don't know if the word publish would apply to us sending a document to another agency, but I do think that if that agency posted on their website, that would constitute publishing it, as far as I understand.
Okay. So you would agree that the 2020 Republican certificate of vote was you never filed that with the archives office or the US Senate office, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you never published it, the Republican 2020 certificate of vote, you never published it to either of those offices, correct?
Yes, we never sent it to them in any way.
Okay. Did you ever post it on your website, to your knowledge, the Republican 2020 certificate of vote? Put it up on your site?
Not unless it was added to our FOIA portal. I mean, other than that, I can't think of it.
So in other words, you did not accept this. You're the head of you're the director. You never accepted the Republican certificate of vote in 2020 as an official public document, did you?
I did not.
Okay. So in your mind, as your understanding of Michigan law, the Republican 2020 certificate of vote is not a public document, correct?
It's not a public document under Michigan law as far as being something that was produced or published by a state entity for an official purpose.
Right. Thank you. Now, you said that Mr. Bellato was questioning you about the email from Ms. Forska and about did you take any further action, and kind of got off on this tangent. So let me ask you directly. When you got that email on January 8th from Ms. Forska with the attachments, including the Republican 2020 certificate of vote, did you take any action after receiving that email?
Yes, as I said, I contacted the Farmers Attorney General and also the Legal Services Administration of the Department of State.
Okay. And you talked to them about it?
Yes.
Did you take any other action?
Not that I can remember.
did you take any action to sue the Republican electors or take legal action against them for this non-public document that you received?
No, I did not sue anyone regarding this.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Sir, my name is Kevin Kiewski. I represent Clifford Frost. I only have a handful of questions for you. So earlier, you were questioned about your awareness of any controversies for the 2020 election. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your testimony that there were controversies during that time?
I think there were people that were making claims about the election.
I'm not asking you to talk about the validity of someone's point of view. I'm only asking about your awareness, your personal knowledge of controversy. So you were aware of controversies during that time period, correct?
To the extent by controversies, you mean people disagreeing with the outcome of the election? Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. And how did you become aware of those controversies at play regarding the 2020 election?
I think probably first through the media or other entities. I mean, there were various claims that were being made about the election throughout the year. But in terms of post-election, I think the first things I started seeing were claims about absentee ballots still being counted and being concerned about that, even though that is what happens with absentee ballots. There were some complaints that, for example, Detroit was continuing to count absentee ballots in the early hours of Wednesday.
So let's talk about the controversy in Wayne County that you were aware of, because again, Your Honor, I'm just taking a look at his knowledge regarding these controversies. I'm not trying to relitigate the 2020 election or anything like that as a prefatory remark. What specifically regarding the Board of Canvassers for Wayne County were you aware of regarding any type of controversy? Were you aware of any controversy with the Board of Canvassers in Wayne County at that time?
When the Wayne County Board of Canvassers met, there were people making public comment, arguing that they should not certify the results at the county level. I think there were also multiple votes taken at that meeting. So that's what I was aware of.
Were there Republican electors, to the best of your knowledge, I'm sorry, not electors, board members for the Board of Canvassers that are Republican, to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, that refused initially to sign the official vote certificate?
I mean, so that would have been signed after the vote was taken. So I'm not sure what you mean by initially.
Well, when it came to the Board of Canvassers, let me rephrase it this way. Was there a unanimous decision to approve the vote or the vote total?
As I recall, the first time there was a vote on that, or the first time the issue was presented, at least, there was not unanimous agreement on whether to vote to certify the election at the county level.
Sure. And to the best of your recall, when did you become aware of that?
As the meeting was occurring, I don't remember the exact date.
But this was sometime during the month of November, correct?
Yes.
Okay, November specifically of 2020, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to December 14th, 2020. What was the event happening at the Capitol that is relevant to the presidential election?
That was the date of the meeting of the Electoral College.
Okay. And were you aware that the Capitol grounds, and more so the building itself, I believe, let's just stick with the building itself, was closed off to members of the public?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding that decision, how the building was shut off to members of the public. Are you aware, or did you have any involvement in making that decision, advising on that decision, or having comments on that decision?
I don't remember. I believe it had to do with COVID, but I don't really remember giving any advice as to that.
Okay. Prior to the email, now I'm transitioning to what I believe was Exhibit 2, and that was from the National Archives, the email in addition to the attachment. That particular email, that was the first that you heard about this purported certificate of vote from the Republican electors being submitted to DC, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So prior to that date, you were not aware of anything being sent to DC?
Not that I can remember now.
Taking a look at December 14th, 2020, were you concerned that these Republican electors would attempt to send a certificate of vote to DC?
Sorry, could you say it again?
Sure. So taking a look at December 14th of 2020, let me sort of maybe backtrack and lay a little bit of foundation. I know it's crossed, but you're aware that there were Republicans that attempted to enter the Capitol and hand an envelope purporting to be a certificate of vote, correct?
I'm aware that I was aware at that time that they approached the Capitol. I don't remember if I was aware at that time that they tried to submit a document.
Okay. So now going back to the other question I was sort of addressing earlier, you really didn't have any concern, therefore, that at that time, that the Republican electors were going to attempt to send or otherwise give to the National Archives any type of certificate of vote. You didn't have that concern, correct?
I don't remember thinking that was a possibility at that time.
Okay. I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but I believe that when it came to the witness, he already testified to the fact that he didn't take this certificate seriously from the Republican electors, correct?
I wouldn't say that I didn't take it seriously.
Okay. So what would you say?
I would say that it was unusual, and I had not seen something like this before, so I didn't really know initially what to make of it or what to do about it.
Given your role being the director of the Bureau of Elections for the state of Michigan, how familiar are you, and I'm just looking for just a general comment from you, with state and federal case law as it pertains to federal elections?
I would say that I'm very familiar with the case law that affects elections in Michigan, and beyond that, I'm some awareness of federal case law on elections.
Okay.
More than most, probably.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to display a document here on the screen, and it's actually public record. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case I'd like to question you about.
I've given you permission.
Thank you. Sir, I'm not going to be asking you to read anything. This is not a vision exam or test. But do you see the name of that case up there? And if so, can you please read that out loud, along with the citation?
McPherson v. Blacker, 146 U.S. 1 from 1892.
1892 was perhaps a long time ago, but have you seen this case before? Do you recollect this case at all?
I think I've seen this case before, but I don't recall the details of it.
Okay. And as you are an attorney, you know that when it comes to appellate court cases, whether at the Court of Appeals or the U.S. Supreme Court or whatever the appellate division or level may be, There are holdings. Do you happen to know the holding or the seminal takeaway from this case? Do you recall?
I don't.
Okay. So I'm going to represent to you, but I want to see if you think that this, in your experience, having seen this case, would sound familiar or not familiar to you. But most commonly, whether we take a look at Justia, we take a look at Cornell, or if we take a look at, frankly, any other treatise, the holding of this particular case purports to be that the 14th Amendment does not require state legislators to appoint their electors in the Electoral College on the basis of the popular vote. Does that sound familiar to you?
It does sound familiar.
Okay. So let's go back to the events of December 14th, 2020. Was there a possibility that the state legislature, in a legal fashion, could, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, okay, but could actually determine what the electoral vote would be, whether it be for the Republican or the Democratic candidates, irrespective of the popular vote, taking a look at this particular US Supreme Court case?
I don't think there was a possibility under the Michigan election law. I couldn't tell you authoritatively what would be permitted under the US Constitution or Supreme Court case law interpreting the US Constitution.
And I think you hit the nail on the head in the sense that when we take a look at the state statutes that are relevant here, you would maintain, I believe your testimony was, that there's not an avenue, there's not a way for the legislators here in Michigan to cast their votes any differently than the popular vote. Is that your understanding of your testimony?
My understanding, my interpretation of the Michigan election law is that the electors are chosen based on the election that's held in Michigan, and they're appointed based on the canvass certification of that. So that would be the only avenue for the Michigan election law that I'm aware of that electors could be chosen.
And you're aware of this because this is what you do for a living. I mean, I believe that you're a University of Michigan graduate, correct, in terms of the law school?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing against Michigan State or any other law school here, but I mean, you know, that is a rather, you know, intelligent place for intelligent people. So saying that, would you say that when we take a look at, again, this particular court case, it's not really going to be relevant to Michigan election law, correct?
I couldn't tell you that. I mean, to the extent that any provision of the Michigan election law violates the US Constitution, and to the extent that this case said that, it would be relevant, but otherwise, I don't think it would.
And do you think that when it comes to, again, you given your role, personal knowledge, being the director of the Bureau of Elections, that perhaps people would have generally here in the state of Michigan, people have the general sense of what the state statutes are regarding election law here in Michigan?
The average lay person.
Man on the street, I suppose you can say, if we're going back to, you know, the late night shows.
I think people are generally aware of the laws and rules for voting, but not at a detailed level.
Do you recall around the time of December 14th, 2020 or thereabouts, that there were conversations actively in media, the media that you reviewed, maybe not necessarily citing this particular case, but talking about the proposition that the legislature or members of the legislature could depart from the popular vote and then cast their votes somewhat in terms of an analogous situation here with McPherson v. Blacker?
I remember there being discussion in the media of the prospect of legislators or legislatures doing something to choose electors in a different way.
And then where did you hear this generally in the media? And again, I'm not asking for every single news outlet, every single newspaper. I know we have the Detroit News in here, but when it comes to this particular case, where did you hear these reports?
Well, the media that I consume includes the Detroit News, also the Detroit Free Press, New York Times, CNN, Fox News. That's typically what I review.
And would you say, most, if not all of those particular news outlets were talking about something analogous or factually similar to this particular proposition?
Could you describe the proposition?
The proposition being that when it comes to the state legislature or the legislators, that they could depart from the popular vote and therefore decide to cast their votes, the electoral votes, in the way that they deem fit or as they see fit.
Yeah, I remember that being discussed,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to switch over. Another exhibit, and it's 3 USC Section 5, which I believe was previously admitted. I don't know if that was H or I. I don't know, brethren counsel recall or no.
What, for USC section I?
3 USC 5, do you recall what exhibit that was?
C, I'm sorry. It's
C.
3 USC 6.
No, I'm talking about 5 here.
Exhibit.
Yeah, so we had a numbering or a letter system.
Oh,
and-
you want the next one in order? Okay.
No,
It was already admitted.
it was already admitted.
It's C.
Was it I?
C.
It had to be I.
Was I? I think it
What's
was.
the only one that?
I've got one that says.
We have it as C.
Right, and that's okay. That's not the one I'm talking about.
He's not talking about.
We have it as C, not I.
No, he's talking about a different one.
Yeah, 3 USC 6, I believe, is
That's mine.
Exhibit C. Exhibit I is 3
That's the
USC
exhibit
5.
number I gave you in mass for, yes.
Right.
Okay.
And sir, when it comes to 3 USC 5, have you seen this particular federal statute previously? In the Director of the Bureau of Elections?
Yes, I'm not certain looking at this, if this
I can make
which version it is, but yes, I'm generally aware of this provision.
I can make a representation to the court as an officer of the court that this was the particular law that was in force during 2020 prior to the change to the Electoral Count Act. So when we take a look at that particular proposition, and I want to make sure that you can see everything because I know Ms. Rodriguez is joining us, but she's in the corner. So I'm going to raise this above her. Sir, if you don't mind, can you please go ahead and read that very long run-on sentence, please?
If any state shall have provided by laws enacted prior to the day fixed for the appointment of the electors or its final determination of any controversy or contest concerning the appointment of all or any of the electors of such state by judicial or methods or procedures, and such determination shall have been made at least 6 days before the time fixed for the meeting of the electors. Such determination is pursuant to such laws so existing on said day and made at least 6 days prior to said time of meeting of the electors shall be conclusive and shall govern in accounting of the electoral votes as provided in the Constitution and as hereinafter regulated as far as the ascertainment of the electors appointed by such state is concerned.
Okay, I'm going to focus on the language and I'll highlight it as well because I know there's a lot there. Shall be conclusive. Taking a look at the statute, shall be conclusive is in reference to what when you read that statute?
The determination.
And who makes that determination?
State.
And when we take a look at state election law, going back to that, I know you have your expertise in that particular area. Who makes the final determination and signs off on a certificate of ascertainment and a certificate of vote that would go to inevitably the Vice President of the United States or President of the Senate?
The ascertainment is signed by the governor.
Correct. So the ascertainment certificate is signed by the governor, but when it comes to the certificate of vote, according to Michigan law, that needs to comport to the appointed or elected electors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So given your expertise here, given your role as Director of Elections, or I suppose Director of Elections in the Bureau of Elections, I want to call your attention now to January 6th of 2021. Specifically, first regarding that day, was that something that you were attempting to watch the proceedings? Did you follow it in the news media, or how did you sort of approach that day regarding the events in DC?
I was watching it. I was watching the video of the proceedings as well as other things that happened that day.
Correct. And the other things that happened that day, and I'm just going to ask you point blank, what are you referencing?
The riot that occurred outside of the Capitol and inside.
Okay. So I understand that is part of that day, but I'm not going to be talking about that particular portion of the day. I'm going to be focusing upon the legal mechanics of what was happening actually in the chamber when the votes were being counted. So to the best of your knowledge and understanding, who counts the electoral votes once they arrive to DC?
The President, Senate presents them and they're counted. I mean, it's done by the Congress.
But essentially, when it comes to Vice President Pence at the time, what is his, or what was his role in the electoral counting?
Again, no, I'm not an expert on this statute or these processes after they get out of Michigan's hands, but my understanding is that the President of the Senate reviews the certificates of votes that have been presented, that have been sent to the President of the Senate, and then presents them before the Congress, for the House and Senate, and there are then basically motions taken to accept those.
Okay. And do you recall what happened when it came to Vice President Pence when he approached the question being presented about counting the Michigan votes, the Michigan electoral votes? Did you see that live, or did you see a recording of that at any time?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened?
He presented the electors that were submitted by the state.
The state of Michigan, the official certificate of vote that came from the state of Michigan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall him stating or hearing? And again, I'm referencing the congressional record, which has already been judicially noticed. Did you recall hearing or seeing, or more so understanding, I'll just go with that one right there, that Mike Pence at that time had any other votes in his hand, other than the official one from the state of Michigan?
I don't have any reason to think that, no.
Okay, so you believe that the only votes that were within the hands of the Vice President of the United States were the official votes from the state of Michigan?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that if, and again, you're an attorney, you're the director of the Bureau of Elections, I'm not trying to build you up too much, but you're the one that would know. If Mike Pence did not count the votes that you sent in, do you believe that Mike Pence would be in compliance with federal law? And it's simply a yes or no question or answer.
As I understand the law.
If I
it
may,
has to come
just
from-
yes or no, and we can sort of dissect that.
Based on how I read the statute,
Sir,
no.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
think you would be.
Your Honor, non-responsive. I'm asking for a yes or no question.
The witness did answer your question.
He said no.
You said no. Okay, I apologize. I just heard a lot of stuff. I'm just expecting yes or no. All right. But did Mike Pence follow the law that day, to the best of your knowledge, information, and understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that any risk of loss to the voters here of the state of Michigan not having their votes count would be premised upon the Vice President of the United States not following the law? Yes or no?
I don't think I could say that.
You don't know the answer to that question?
Well, you're saying any possibility of
Any-
votes not being cast would be premised on solely on the vice president. I don't think I can agree with that.
That's
statement.
fine, that's fair. Let me go ahead and actually flesh that out a little bit. Is there any legally recognized way? I'm not talking about any way, but any legally recognized way that Mike Pence could count the votes of the Republican electors and essentially negate the votes of the Democratic electors, more so the official return that came from the state of Michigan?
As I read the statute, no, we would have to count the Democratic electors because those are the ones submitted by the state.
So with that being said, given legal parameters and the statutes we've covered, there really is no way whatsoever that the certificate of vote from the Republican electors could be counted, correct?
No, I don't think I can agree with that.
Tell me why.
Because I don't know what else could have happened. I don't know.
I'm just
what-
focused. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
Yeah.
interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know how I know how the vice president in fact acted here. But I don't know what all the possibilities of what could have occurred might be. You're saying there's no possible way. I couldn't say there's no possible way.
There's no legally recognized way.
As I read the statute, the only legal action that the vice president could have taken here was to count the electors that were properly submitted for Michigan, which was in this case the Democratic way.
And prior to January 6th, 2020, would it be fair to say to try to determine whether or not Vice President Pence would follow federal law is more speculation and conjecture? There's a lot of debate about it at the time.
I cannot tell you that I knew what he was going to do, if that's what you're asking. I did not know what he was going to do.
And I think that's fair enough. I'm going to talk a little bit about this current investigation. So I believe you testified earlier that once you received this email from the National Archives, you forwarded it to a variety of different agencies, including the Attorney General's office, correct?
I don't know whether I actually forwarded the email, but I contacted the Attorney General's office.
So you contacted the Attorney General's office by phone?
I believe so, yeah.
Who did you call?
Heather Mindgas.
Okay. And what did you tell her?
I told her that I had received this email and that there was this document. And I generally remember raising concerns about it, but I don't really remember beyond that what we discussed.
And what were the concerns that you raised in your communication to the individual at the AG's office?
Well, I mean, I don't remember the details, but just that this was a document that was not the document we submitted as the state. It was apparently purporting to be the electoral votes. So that was, I remember thinking that was unusual and concerning.
Sure.
So as our legal counsel, I wanted to make sure that the Attorney General's office was aware of that.
Did you make any comments to this individual that this was a fraud or forgery or anything of the sort when you initially contacted the Attorney General's office and had that call?
I don't remember specifically if I used those words.
Do you remember what words you used?
No, other than I thought this was unusual. I mean, I may have said something to the effect that these were not legitimate or that they were false, but I don't really remember specifically the words I used.
Okay. And do you recognize Special Agent Schock in this courtroom?
Yes,
Have you spoken with him previously?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall the last time that you spoke with Agent Schock?
No,
No? Okay. Have you spoken with any other law enforcement agencies about this particular situation, other than the Michigan Attorney General's office?
don't remember specifically.
Well, let's go through a few. Have you spoken with any type of investigator from the National Archives on the phone?
Not that I can remember.
To the best of your recollection, have you spoken with any type of federal law enforcement agency, including the FBI, the U.S. Department of Justice, or U.S. attorneys, or anything of the like?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you have contact with them?
I don't remember.
Let me sort of rephrase question this way. When's the last time you can remember having contact with them? Was it sometime maybe perhaps in the last 2 weeks?
No.
No? Was it perhaps sometime in the last 6 months?
I've definitely had contact with those agencies in the last 6 months. I don't believe about this issue.
You had contact with them, but not about anything regarding this particular case or anything related to this case. Is that your testimony?
Not in the last 6 months.
Okay. What about in the last year? Anything related to this particular case?
Possibly.
Possibly? Okay. When you've met with federal law enforcement, did you actually meet with them, or was it a Zoom meeting, a phone call? How did you converse with them?
I had an in-person meeting, and I believe I may have also had phone calls that were preliminary to the in-person meeting.
Okay. And do you recall any names or any of these agencies? I know that things are fuzzy because we're going back in time, but it seems like we're cleaning up our recollection or things are being recalled. So do you recall any of these agencies? For example, did you talk to the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. During this 1 year time period that we were just talking about?
It may have been more than a year ago, but
Okay.
I did talk to them at some point.
Okay. What did you tell the FBI?
Objection, relevance.
Is it relevant?
Relevance is that I'm trying to take a look for exculpatory evidence and information that would benefit my client. And also it goes to the veracity of the investigation going on by Agent Schock in the Attorney General's office, because we have to see exactly how they're corroborated.
Well,
I just ask for a little latitude, Your Honor.
this witness is not investigating this case, so there's nothing about what he told the FBI at an unknown time that is going to corroborate the veracity of the investigation.
And when it comes to the Michigan State Police captain, Your Honor, he wasn't investigating this either. He was just part of it, and we were able to go ahead and get that testimony from him. I think it's rather analogous. I'm only asking for a little latitude.
Your testimony about him meeting with the FBI.
Correct.
And I don't know that you guys went into detail about what.
That's what I'm asking.
There was, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, that's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm talking about what you didn't go into detail with Captain Green about what he told them. There was a question about whether or not he had any conversations about any of these named defendants. Not in general about what he told them.
If I may, I'm going to withdraw my question and I will rephrase or put forward another question. The question I want to ask you, sir, is when you spoke with the FBI during this year, or let's put it this way, from December 14th, 2020 to present, have you had conversations with the Federal Bureau of Investigation regarding any one of them?
I have had discussions with them involving the events following the election, but I don't remember whether this specific topic was discussed.
Okay. And what did you tell them about events? Just from a high level point of view, what were you telling them about the next steps?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
Relevance is simply going back to take a look to see if there is any type of exculpatory information. We've done this with a few other witnesses, Your Honor. I'm not looking for a lot of leeway, just a little.
What he told the FBI
Correct.
as to this incident?
Not this incident.
That's what I'm asking. Are you clarifying or asking as to this incident?
Well, he was talking about these particular electors, he doesn't recall. So this particular incident,
Correct.
what did he talk about regarding the actions after the election? Because he was just stating, you know, I spoke to the FBI about actions I took after
This
this,
incident.
correct?
But he didn't remember particularly discussing these electors. Is that what his response was?
Right, but this incident's a little bit more broad than just simply the category of electors
Well,
or defendants.
the witness's answer was he spoke to the FBI about incidents that occurred sort of after the election, but he did not recall speaking out specifically about this incident.
Well, then
Well,
that wouldn't have been responsive to his question, because his question specifically asked if he spoke to the FBI about this incident.
And he said he didn't recall speaking about this incident.
I
Well,
believe,
that's why we need yes or no answers, because
right,
when you go off, you know, on a soliloquy, you confuse people. Can you re-ask your other questions?
Not my witness, so.
I get it. Can you re-ask your
Sure.
question in a yes or no form?
sure. So from the time period of December 14th, 2020 to present, have you had any conversations with the FBI regarding anything related to the 2020 election as it relates to this particular case and controversy before the court? Yes or no?
I don't remember. I mean, I don't understand your question because you're saying as relates to this controversy, and I don't really know what you mean as relates to.
Sure. This
We've gotten a lot of questions about everything that was happening after 2020. So
Sure.
if that's what you mean, then yes, because I talked to them about the 2020 election. But I don't remember specifically discussing this issue.
So you didn't talk about state election laws?
I believe I did talk to them about state elections. Yeah.
And when you spoke about state election laws, was related to the 2020 election?
Yes.
So regarding you having conversations with the FBI or other federal investigators regarding the 2020 election, what did you tell them?
Objection.
It's relevant, Your Honor.
But I need you to explain to how it's relevant.
It's relevant because we're taking a look at, he testified first to all the different statutes here in the state of Michigan.
Correct.
And as well, we're trying to take a look to see his knowledge and information that he had regarding this particular incident. So I questioned him earlier, and I'm just asking him about how his conversations with the FBI address any of this.
Your Honor,
What does that have to, what does his statements to the FBI have to do with this state case?
Your Honor, if I also may interject, Mr. Freeman, on behalf of Ms. Sheridan. It also goes to the whole topic of what controversies were out there at the time of December 14th, 2020.
Sure.
And there's been discussion by this witness, for example, of court cases.
Correct, but that's not the question. The question wasn't what controversies were out there at this time. The question was, what did he tell FBI? Why is that relevant to this state of Michigan case?
Let me,
From my perspective, it's relevant because it touches upon the other controversies that were going
Well,
on.
why let's not touch upon it and ask that question if that's what we want to know?
I will do that precisely. Your
Yeah,
Honor.
what he
Thank you.
told FBI is irrelevant. Your objection is sustained.
So when it comes to the FBI, did you have any conversations with them regarding controversies concerning the 2020 election?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you tell the FBI regarding that particular controversy that you discussed?
Objection.
I'm trying to understand how this question is different from the last question.
It's not.
What were the controversies? Let me
Thank
rephrase
you.
it that way.
Thank you.
There were several controversies. One that I remember specifically was the issue around Antrim County and the error in the unofficial reporting of the results. There were also various claims that were made about election results that were being reported over the course of the evening on the next day. And controversies about the timing of that. There were various claims that were made about voter registration lists and data. Those were the major ones that I can remember.
And did you provide the FBI with any materials, documents, information as it pertained to these controversies that you just testified to? Yes or
I
no?
definitely provided them information.
Okay. And again, what type of materials, documents, et cetera, what did you provide to them to the best of your recollection?
Objection, relevance.
He already spoke about the controversies. He also spoke about exactly all of these particular aspects, and he said he provided information. I'm just looking to see what
What
information he
information it
provided.
was that he provided.
Correct.
Objections overruled. You can answer the question.
So I definitely gave them information in the responses to questions. I don't remember any specific documents I sent them, but I may have sent them things like the audit report from the Antrim County situation that's also published on our website.
Sure. And among the controversies that you listed, I didn't hear, unless I'm mistaken, I didn't hear anything about these particular Republican electors or this certificate of vote or anything related to this case. So you never had a conversation, to the best of your recollection, about this particular case, these defendants, the situation, correct?
I don't remember whether or not that came up.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
It's 12:02. Do you want to go now or?
Let's have some lunch.
Okay, sounds good.
He's being very generous.
It's up to you. I don't know if you want to break now.
Yeah, breaking down.
Okay, sounds good. We'll be back at 1:05.
Thank you.
All right. Back on the record, and Mr. Brader is still under oath. Council Freeman, you proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brader, my name is John Freeman. I represent Marianne Sheridan. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
What year did you graduate law school?
2011.
What was your first employment after law school?
The Brennan Center for Justice.
And is it fair to say that that's a liberal or progressive nonprofit and public policy institute headquartered in New York City at NYU Law School?
I don't think that they consider themselves liberal and progressive. I think it's fair to say that other people describe them that way.
And you were there for 7 years, is that correct?
Yes.
What kind of work did you do for them?
A variety of things related to elections. So my work involved some public policy work in terms of best practices in elections, including voter registration laws and procedures to improve voter registration. I was also involved in some litigation involving various election issues, and some communications and some writing there, a variety of different work related to elections.
It's fair to say you're perceived in the legal community as something of an expert in voter registration and voter election law. Is that fair to say?
Say certainly voter registration and election law to some extent.
And isn't it true that the Brennan Center essentially opposes voter identification laws that it believes undercuts or unduly restricts voter registration?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
Bias
As to,
this witness is biased. This length where he's coming from. It's a little bit about him.
This case has nothing to do with voter registration.
Oh, I think we might get into some voter registration issues.
well, we're not gonna get into no voter registrations in this case. Objection is sustained.
Thank you.
And when you came to, did you come to Michigan specifically to work for the Attorney General's office? I'm sorry, for the Secretary of State's office?
Yeah.
And you were, your boss is Secretary of State Benson, correct?
Technically, I report to the chief of staff, but yes, she is in charge of the department.
She's the one that actually appointed you to be the director of the Bureau of Elections, correct?
Yeah.
So you're a political appointee.
No.
Why do you distinguish yourself from being a political appointee?
Director of the Bureau of Elections is a civil service position. So my prior role, legal policy director, that I would say that was a political appointee. This current position I'm in is a civil service position.
Okay, so you were a political appointee and now you're a civil servant, fair to say?
Yes.
Working for the Democratic Secretary of State, correct?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, I'm
Thank you. Objection sustained.
you're admitted to practice in the state of New York as an attorney.
Yes.
Why not in Michigan?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, I think a little bit of leeway to establish the background that who you're talking to today is not inappropriate. So it goes-
I agree, but why do we care where he was licensed?
Well, maybe there was a problem with him getting his license in Michigan. I don't know, but I'd like to.
Not in this hearing. Objection sustained.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about the email that you received from Washington on January 8th, 2021. Okay. And that email came from which, from who specifically?
It came from the National Archives. Porska is the last name, I believe. I don't have it in front of me.
And that email was received on January 8th, correct?
Yes.
Is that the same day as you understand it that the documents in question were received by the National Archives?
I don't know that.
And you contacted the legal administration, who did you contact? Not the AGs, the other entities.
The person I spoke to is Mike Brady.
And who is that?
He's the director of legal services administration within the Department of State.
And why did you contact him?
Typically, when there are legal questions or legal issues that seem important, I will contact him because he's the senior legal service, so it's for the Department of State.
And what was it about that, their email that you got that seemed important?
Well, it had to do with the electors for the state of Michigan for the presidential election. I had received an email that from the National Archives that said they had received a set of purported electors, unofficial, whatever the wording was, that wasn't actually the electors that were approved. So given especially the fact that it was a presidential election, it seems something that I need to talk to both the Attorney General's office about and the #1 legal officer at the Department of State.
And this email and what it was about, did that concern you that perhaps a crime had been committed?
I don't remember at the time whether I thought it might have been a crime, but it certainly looks unusual and concerning to me.
So your reaction is to call a lawyer within the Secretary of State's office, correct?
That was one of the things I did.
And the other reaction you have is call the State Attorney General's office, correct?
Yes.
And that's another political department within the government of Michigan, correct?
I don't really agree with that now.
Well, Dana Nessel is in fact the head of the State Attorney General's office, correct?
Yes,
She's an elected official, correct?
she is.
Do you agree with me that she's a politician?
I think it's fair to say that people who run for office are politicians.
Is it fair to say that the Attorney General's office, as you understand it in your mind, that's not a nonpartisan law enforcement agency, is it?
I don't agree with that because I think that there are civil servants that work within the department that don't do their work in a partisan way.
That's your opinion, correct?
That's my opinion.
Did you ever contact the Michigan State Police about this email?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever? Well, so does that mean that you might have, you just don't remember?
I don't think I did.
So again, how many times has something like this ever happened in your career?
I think this is a unique situation.
So this is a kind of a one-time big deal shot, right?
I'm not sure what specifically I could compare this to. Certainly legal issues come up all the time.
Well, this is your first presidential election, correct?
Yeah, as the director, yeah.
And director means you're the #1 guy in that department, correct?
No.
Who do you answer to?
The Secretary of State.
Okay, so you're the head of the Bureau of Elections, though, correct?
Yes.
Within that bureau, you're the top dog, fair to say?
Yes.
And you're basically overseeing and responsible for the integrity of the entire electoral process in the state of Michigan, correct?
To the extent I can control it, yes. I think that we have a decentralized election system.
In
So-
fact, you testified that you have enforcement authority over the election laws, correct?
Yes.
So agree that you're a pretty important guy in that context, correct?
I have an important job.
So this is your very first presidential election, and you knew before the election that this was going to be a pretty contested election, fair to say?
Yes.
And you had reasons to be concerned about the integrity of the election, correct?
Well, I would always be concerned about ensuring that an election has integrity. I wouldn't say I had reasons to be concerned about the election's integrity. I was confident in.
Well, you had reasons to be concerned because you knew about ongoing law enforcement investigations, let's say that started in October of 2020, related to the integrity of elections in the state of Michigan.
I'm not sure what specifically you're referring to.
Did you have concerns, or were you aware, let me rephrase, were you aware of law enforcement investigations that started in the fall of 2020 relative to voter registration in connection with the upcoming presidential election in November 2020?
Yes.
And that's because you knew there was a law enforcement investigation underway because of some allegations as to what was going on with respect to voter registration fraud in Muskegon County, correct?
I was aware that there was an investigation about this.
And in fact, that investigation involved the Michigan State Police, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It involved actually members of your your office attended meetings with state police officials, fair to say?
I believe so, yes.
Did you attend any of those meetings?
I think I did, yes.
How many?
I don't remember, at least one.
And there were law enforcement investigators from the AG's office that attended those meetings too, correct?
I don't remember, probably.
So it's fair to say that that would be one reason that you might have a concern regarding the integrity of the upcoming election in November of 2020. Fair to say?
No.
That's not, that wouldn't cause you to pause and have some concern about the integrity of the upcoming election?
No.
What would cause you to have some concern about the integrity of the upcoming election?
Well, a situation where something had occurred that there wasn't already a process to catch. But in this case, the reason there was an investigation was because the clerk's office identified his registration as being suspicious. He didn't accept them. So that is one of the many checks we have in place to ensure the integrity of the process.
Did it ever occur to you that something like that could be happening in other spots in the state?
Yes.
Did you ever notify other clerks throughout the state of Michigan, hey, be on the lookout for, because we have a report of potential voter registration fraud in Muskegon County?
I don't remember, it's possible.
Think you'd remember that if you did anything about it?
I can't say. We contact clerks all the time. I wouldn't necessarily remember a specific communication that I personally sent.
So getting back to who you talked to after you got the January 8th email, you know you spoke to the members of the Attorney General's office, correct?
Yeah.
You know you spoke to someone within the Secretary of State's office, a lawyer, correct?
Yeah.
And you're expecting the judge to believe that you have no recollection of whether you contacted the Michigan State Police or not?
I don't remember contacting the Michigan State Police about that. I typically would not directly contact the state police about something like that.
Did you ever direct anybody to contact the state police about that?
Typically, no, because we wouldn't, the Bureau of Elections wouldn't typically directly contact the state police.
Did you ever contact any other law enforcement agency other than the purported to be law enforcement agency known as the Attorney General's office?
Regarding the
Regarding the email that you got and the concerns that you had?
I don't think so.
Would you have emails or notes or something that would reflect whether you did or you didn't?
If I emailed it, I would have an email.
Did you ever provide any emails to Investigator Schock in connection with this case?
I don't remember.
Did you ever provide any emails to any law enforcement agency in connection with this case?
I don't remember.
Did you ever contact the FBI in connection with the information that you received on January 8th, 2021?
Not that I can remember.
It's because you never really suspected a crime had occurred when you first got that email on or about January 8th, 2021, did you?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You wouldn't say what?
I wouldn't say that I didn't do something because I never suspected a crime.
Well, did you suspect a crime or didn't?
I definitely thought the email was concerning. As I said, I don't remember at that time whether I thought anyone had committed a crime. Typically, that type of opinion is based on more investigation and research as to what actually happened and the applicable law.
So before we broke for lunch, there was some testimony concerning your interactions with the federal authorities. Do you recall that?
Yes.
The interactions that you had with the federal authorities, when approximately was that first interaction?
Are you talking specifically about Events involved in the 2020 election.
Well, why don't you tell me what the initial communications with the feds were all about?
Well, I mean, I speak with federal authorities all the time on various issues.
Federal law enforcement.
Well, also, we speak with the FBI fairly often when it comes to security issues, election security issues. But I think what you're referring to is the events that occurred in 2020. So
Let me be a little bit more specific so we're not guessing. Let's talk about the Muskegon situation. And what happened there is a clerk in Muskegon suspected voter registration fraud, correct?
I think that's a fair summary, yes.
And you eventually attended meetings involving the state police, correct?
At least one, yeah.
And also the Muskegon Police Department, correct? And the FBI was involved in that investigation, wasn't it?
I don't remember whether the FBI was involved with that. Were involved in some way, I believe.
So they got involved at some point into the investigation into the Muskegon matter, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And you've talked to them about that specific instance in your interactions with them, haven't you?
I don't remember.
How many times have you talked to the FBI since late December 2020?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, several times, but that would include, as I said, the interactions that we have when it comes to election security and other things that we work on with federal law enforcement and security agencies.
You ever talk to them about any concerns that they may have had concern about alleged criminal activity?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that alleged criminal activity that you talked to them about, generally speaking?
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask that there be more foundation to establish that this is relevant.
Further foundation.
Your Honor, sure, I can. What specific criminal activity? Let me rephrase. You had conversations since late December of 2020 with the FBI concerning issues related to alleged criminal activity, correct?
Yeah.
And those concerns regarding alleged criminal activity related to elections in the state of Michigan, correct?
Yeah.
Did they relate to elections in the state of Michigan in 2020?
Yeah.
Did they relate to activity prior to the presidential election in 2020 that could have had an influence on the election, the presidential election in 2020?
What I remember were discussions about things that happened after the election in 2020. It's possible that I spoke with them about things that occurred before the election, but I don't remember.
And these things that occurred after the election, what were those things?
Some of the actions after the election that were aimed at what I would say overturning the election results and things of that nature.
When you say overturning the election results, what do you mean?
Well, Joe Biden won the election in Michigan, and
that might be a matter of opinion, correct?
I've asked that the witness be allowed to answer the question.
Could he answer this question, and if you want to ask him another question? Yeah.
You're aware that there are some people who still to this day dispute whether Joe Biden won the popular vote in Michigan.
Well, we were going to let him answer the first question that you already asked him.
Oh, I thought he did answer. I'm sorry.
I don't know if he was finished.
Were you finished with your answer?
I would just add that there were efforts to that were being investigated to try to, as I understand it, effectuate Donald Trump continuing to serve as president, despite the result of the election.
And that would essentially mean the subject matter of this prosecution, fair to say?
I think it depends on what you mean by the subject matter of this, but yes, there's obviously an overlap of that issue.
Are you confused about what the subject matter of this prosecution is?
It depends on what level of detail you're talking about.
What level of detail are you talking?
Well, you could say the subject matter of this prosecution is the individual actions by the defendants in this case, what they did. And you could talk about the entire election, and you could call either one of those the subject matter of this, just depending on how closely you're defining subject matter.
You're one smart guy, aren't you?
Move to strike.
You were editor of the Law Review in Michigan, weren't you?
Objection, relevance.
I think that's an
There's an objection. Want to respond? She said objection, relevance.
Oh, it goes to the background and essentially his brain power, Your Honor.
His brain power?
His brain power. Yeah, because what I think what we're witnessing here is a very smart individual who's very surgical about parsing words. And I think the record needs to be clear about that.
And discussing his role as possibly being the editor of the Law Review?
Yeah.
Is okay, we'll help you understand his understanding of the legal proceedings here.
No, understanding of him as a witness, his credibility, his demeanor, everything about him as a witness.
Well, he's a licensed attorney. Why?
Well, then we both know that that doesn't necessarily mean that someone's necessarily all that intelligent.
Well, she said objection and he still answered.
I'm sorry.
He said objection and she still answered. So I don't see how you find out if he was the editor of Law Review is going to help further this case. So
I can move along.
we can move on.
Sure.
Sustain.
So you would agree that one of the reasons that we're here is to figure out, or is for the court to figure out what was going on in the minds of the electors on December 14th, 2020. Would you agree with that?
I don't know enough detail about the charges, but I generally understand that that is relevant to criminal prosecution.
You understand what the charges are here?
I understand they generally involve their actions as relates to signing the certificates that they sign.
You understand the term specific intent?
Yes, generally.
You understand that in order for this case to be bound over, the court has to find that there was specific intent to defraud by the electors?
I don't know enough about the charges to know what that's.
You would,
For the record, the court has to find probable cause that there was specific intent.
I'm sorry if I stated otherwise.
Yeah, you said
about
the
the-
court has to find specific intent.
Oh, the correction is well taken.
Thank you.
So you would agree with me that if the court has to find probable cause that there was specific intent to defraud, that makes it very, very relevant in this particular prosecution as to what the electors had going on in their mind on December 14th, 2020. You would agree with that?
It seems relevant, yes.
So it would be important to know what was out there in the public domain as far as what might be considered controversial about the 2020 election. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And one of the things that was out there was the existence of this ongoing investigation into what transpired in Muskegon County. Fair to say?
I don't know what level of reporting there was on that. I believe it had been reported on at the time.
It was in the newspapers, right?
I mean, I don't remember when it was reported on publicly, but if it was, that doesn't surprise me.
And you also mentioned that there was some sort of controversy regarding Antrim County.
There was a incident that occurred in Antrim County, yes.
And what was that incident?
In Antrim County, because of a programming error that the clerk made, although all of the ballots for president were tabulated correctly, when displaying the unofficial results, temporarily the unofficial results were erroneous, and so they had for a period of time showed Biden having more votes than Trump in the count. So prior to that being corrected, there was, the incorrect results were displaying on the county site.
So on the county site, it said Biden won when in fact Trump had won that county, correct?
Yes.
How long was that inaccuracy out there before it got corrected?
As I recall, it was incorrect for maybe a day or two. I think, as I recall, the clerk then attempted to correct it, but also created another error at that point. And so I don't think it was finally corrected for a couple days or a few days. And then, of course, those are unofficial results. So the actual final results aren't published until after the canvass, which typically completes within 2 weeks after the election. So that would be the date on which the final official result.
So for potentially 2 weeks, those unofficial wrong results could have been out, fair to say?
At least for a few days. I mean, the unofficial results would certainly be out there in every county, regardless of whether they were right or wrong, until the canvass occurs. In this case, regarding this specific error, for at least a couple of days, there was inaccurate information on the county site.
So if general lay people in the public were aware of this, that might lead them to believe that there could have been other irregularities throughout the state of Michigan. Is that fair to say?
Objection,
Would you agree with that?
speculation.
Objection and speculation. Do you want to respond?
Your Honor, I think he can render based on his experience and his title and his responsibility for the integrity of elections in Michigan. I think that this is within the realm of what he can comment on that doesn't require him to speculate.
The question asks for the director of the Board of Elections to speculate about how lay people would interpret an erroneous posting on a county website.
Honor, this goes exactly to the controversy that we have been asking about, so I believe it's absolutely relevant and germane.
Just because it's been going to the controversy that you've been asking about makes it,
I would add that as well.
but
In addition,
the objection was irrelevance. It was speculation.
well, in terms of speculation, it's absolutely fine for him to give an opinion, given his nature of being the director of the Bureau of Elections. He has a responsibility to communicate with the public, and most of these individuals out there in the public in the state of Michigan are lay people. So I believe it's absolutely fine, given his role, because he is responsible for not just doing particular specific duties, but he has to communicate with people in the public in general as large. So I think that's
How does he
absolutely.
communicate with the people at large?
Oh, he communicates with the people at large when it comes to press releases, information that comes out, just taking a look at the nature of his job. So I think,
How does he have to speculate to do that, or to figure out how they would have perceived a post made by somebody else, or in his public role?
I believe that when it comes to this speculation here, he is more so not just the director of elections. And I know he hasn't been admitted as an expert witness, but certainly he knows a lot about voter registration, as you've heard about before. He knows how the public operates, and I think that he would be able to opine on it.
My understanding of the question was, could this have contributed to confusion or concerns? Not did it. So it doesn't require speculation. That's a very straightforward question.
Asking, was it possible for that to have contributed to confusion? Is that what your question was?
I don't
Or-
remember, honestly, I don't remember.
I don't remember either,
I
because
believe the question asked if the confusion from the erroneous results posted on the Antrim website could have led lay people to interpret other errors in the election results. And that's paraphrasing, that is not verbatim. So it calls for speculation.
your response again? As to,
That's why it's based on his title, his experience, his education. I don't think this is a speculative answer on his part.
There's nothing about this witness's title, experience that puts him in a better position to interpret what a layperson might think of a post, whether it's erroneous or accurate.
this is the Antrim post about what?
The
Your Honor,
election
he
results.
just testified that the clerk in Antrim County incorrectly posted who won the election. The clerk in Antrim County said Biden won, when in fact Trump had won that county. And that erroneous information was out there in the public stream of information.
And your question was whether or not that he believes that that could have caused confusion?
That could have
Could have caused,
Sure, I didn't use the word confusion, but I'll be
Or,
happy to
well,
ask the
Cause
question.
some, what was the word that you used? Concern. Okay, objection is overruled. He can answer.
It could have.
I'm sorry.
It could have caused concern, if they didn't look at anything else, including the explanations for what occurred.
And as the person whose job it is to ensure the integrity of elections in the state of Michigan, did the fact that you had this county clerk incorrectly posting the results, did that cause you any concern?
Not with respect to the integrity of the election.
Well, what about with respect to whether other clerks might have been making similar errors or could have made similar errors?
Wouldn't cause me concern with respect to the election results. Obviously, if any clerk or anyone else is making a mistake, that's a cause for concern in terms of the administration of the election. But given the fact that the canvass always involves looking at the paper printouts that come out of the tabulators and verifying those results, I was confident that if any similar error had occurred with respect to reporting unofficial results, that would have been caught and corrected during the canvass.
So you put a lot of weight into what these canvassers do, correct?
That's one of the most important aspects of the process, yes.
And let's talk a little bit about Wayne County. There was some controversy after the election with respect to what was going on with the canvassers in Wayne County, correct?
Well, as I discussed previously, there were I think, 2 canvassers that initially either voted not to certify the results or said they would not vote to certify. I don't remember what specifically.
And what was the concern there?
I don't remember what their specific concerns were.
Your understanding is they weren't going to certify the popular vote in Wayne County, at least at some point in time.
I don't know what they were going to do, but my understanding is they had at least once not voted to, or said they would not vote to certify the results.
And would you agree that that kind of information in the minds of the public could be a cause for concern as to the integrity of the election? So I'd like to talk for a minute about People's Exhibit number 3. Do you have that?
No.
You have that? Yeah. When you give it to the witness. So Ms. Logan was kind enough to hand you People's Exhibit number 3. Do you have that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the official canvass of votes from the Board of State Canvassers for the November 2020 election.
And it was pointed out on direct examination that there are lines there for 4 people to sign it, correct?
Yeah.
Who are the 4 people that are supposed to sign it?
The 4 members of the Board of State Canvassers.
Which were who?
At that time, it was Jeanette Bradshaw, Julie Matuzek, Aaron Van Langeveld, and Norm Shingle.
And who?
Norm Shingle.
And this person, Norm Shingle, actually never signed it, did he?
Correct.
So you're a Republican or a Democrat?
Republican.
Why didn't he sign?
I don't know, but he abstained from the vote.
So your job is to ensure the integrity of the elections, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever do any investigation to find out why he didn't sign that document?
I didn't specifically investigate why he didn't sign the document.
Did you ever contact any other agency to try to figure out why one of the 4 electors for the entire state never certified the results of the election?
I did not attempt to find out why, other than just listening to what he said at the meeting,
At what meeting?
at the Board of State Canvassers meeting.
Were you at the meeting?
Yeah.
Did you ever do any sort of follow-up with him about what I presume were his concerns that you learned about at that meeting?
Not with him specifically, but at subsequent Board of State Canvassers meetings, we presented things that we had found during post-election audits to address some of the concerns that were raised.
Did you ever sit down with Norm and find out what his concerns were outside of what you learned at the meeting? I'll move on. Did you direct anyone from your staff to ever sit down and talk with him about his concerns that you learned about at the meeting?
No, not that I can remember.
Did you ever direct anybody from law enforcement to sit down with him and discuss what his concerns were at that meeting?
I couldn't direct law enforcement to do that, but I did not.
Well, I think you said personally, you have enforcement authority of Michigan election law. Those were your words on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean, enforcement authority?
Secretary of State has supervisory control over election officials with respect to their obligations under the Michigan election law. So I can give a directive to an election official to enforce the election law in a certain way. But that does not include the ability to direct law enforcement.
So did you direct anybody under the umbrella of the people that you're allowed to direct to do anything, to talk to Norm, to find out, hey, Norm, what was going on?
I believe I was asked and answered.
It was asked and answered, sustained.
Did you ever make a request to law enforcement that they might want to get involved and find out what was going on with Norm? When was this document signed by the other three?
November 23rd, I believe.
And it became a matter of public record that Norm never signed, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that that information then that's out in the public stream of information could have had an impact on people and their belief in the integrity of the 2020 presidential election?
I don't know, possibly.
Possible, isn't it?
I don't know how people would react to seeing a signature not on the form.
Well, you were able to comment about Antrim County and that might have an impact, correct?
Yes.
And now all of a sudden you're not able to give a conclusion on whether that was possible?
Well, there's all sorts of reasons that somebody might not sign something. I mean, sometimes you have vacancies on boards.
So there was no vacancy here, was there?
No, but I just don't, you're asking me how people react, and I don't know how they would interpret the document.
Well, it's certainly possible that might cause them to say, oh, hold on a second here. I'm not sure about the validity of the results. It's a fair possibility, isn't it?
Objection, speculation.
Your Honor, it's not speculative. It's the same as we've already gone through in two separate occasions.
He's already answered. He's already answered, if he's not sure.
You're not sure.
Well, I just don't know how people would react to seeing a document that doesn't have a signature on it. I suppose it's possible. I just don't know.
They might think it's not a valid document. Not fair to say?
Objection, speculation.
Objection sustained.
Now, your conclusion is that's a valid, legit document, correct?
This complies with the Michigan election law, yes.
The election law calls for 4 people to sign it?
I'm not aware of a provision that specifically requires 4 people to sign the canvass of votes.
Why are there 4 signature lines?
There are 4 members of the Board of State Canvassers.
One's given an opportunity to sign, fair to say?
Yes.
You have a moment, please, Ron.
Yes.
So I believe you testified on direct examination that Michigan law doesn't allow for 2 slates of electors, correct?
Correct.
That's not a criminal law, is it?
Section of the election law that I'm thinking of, I don't remember the exact citation. I think it provides for the way that electors are selected. I don't believe it provides for multiple different ones. And I don't believe that that section has a criminal penalty in it, as far as I can remember.
So it's an administrative procedural law that doesn't have any criminal consequences. Fair to say?
That section doesn't. There are other sections of the election law that are sections that can provide for criminal penalties for violations of the election law. But that section itself, as far as I remember, does not have a criminal penalty associated with it in that section.
Okay. Now, you're aware that these proceedings have been live streamed on YouTube, correct?
Yes.
Have you watched any of the proceedings?
No. I think maybe I've seen clips on news stories, but I haven't watched it live.
Okay. So would it be relevant to you? Your overall concerns with the integrity of elections in the state of Michigan, correct?
Repeat that.
As the director of Board of Elections, your overarching concern is the integrity of elections in the state of Michigan, correct?
That's one of the things that I am responsible for.
So when Donald Trump comes out and says in December 2020 that he won the election, does that cause you any concern about the integrity of the election?
It doesn't cause me concern about the integrity of the election, no.
You don't deny that that was stated though, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect, yes.
And I believe that you testified that there were some court cases that were pending on or about December 14th, 2020. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
And those court cases were challenging the results of the 2020 presidential election, fair to say?
Yes.
And that was part of that was public knowledge, correct?
Yes.
You're also aware that there were a number of public opinion polls where Republican voters, some to the tune of 78% were didn't have confidence in the results of the popular vote here in Michigan.
Objection, relevance.
I'm sorry, Ron.
There's an objection, relevance.
Well, my next question was going to be if that were true, would that be a concern?
Is that,
Would that have been a concern of his?
why is it relevant though?
It goes to his state of mind, it goes to his mindset, it goes to what he did or didn't do. It's part of the overall tenor of the investigation in this matter by government officials.
No, I'll withdraw the objection.
Proceed.
So you're aware of public opinion polls in which very high percentages to the tune of up to 78% of Republican voters question the validity of the results of the election. And that was shortly after the election. Are you aware of those polls?
I'm not aware of specific percentages or timing, but I'm generally aware of those types of polls, yes.
Was that a concern of yours at the time?
Not with regard to the integrity of the election.
How was it a concern of yours?
It's concerning that if a large number of people don't have confidence in the result of the election, that's just generally concerning.
Why?
Because for a couple of reasons. One, because public trust in the electoral system is important. And two, because the election results were clear and correct and verifiable, and it's concerning if a large number of people don't understand that.
Well, one thing that was still outstanding was this whole issue of the voter registration fraud, law enforcement investigation into what happened in Mesquite, correct?
I don't know what you know, what was still out there.
Well, has that investigation been resolved? That law enforcement investigation?
I don't know what the current status of the investigation is.
Well, you've spoken to the FBI about the subject matter of that investigation, correct?
I don't remember if I spoke to the FBI about that.
So your personnel, or actually you personally, not your personnel, you actually sat down with law enforcement agencies and attended meetings talking about the allegation of voter fraud or registration fraud in Muskegon County, correct?
At least one meeting.
And you sitting here today can't tell us what the outcome of that investigation was?
I don't remember if that investigation has been resolved. But for purposes of what the investigation, as I understand, would focus on would be whether or not individuals committed a crime in submitting phony voter registration applications.
And that might undermine the integrity of the election, fair to say?
Only if they were accepted by the clerk. And I should add,
I'm not asking you to add anything.
well, you would still need to have multiple things happen for that to actually have an impact, because once.
Your Honor, I'm going to
registration
move to
is
strike the non-responsive
Stricken.
narrative and instruct the witness to only answer questions.
Stricken.
You learn in law school how a trial works. This is bias, its credibility, its demeanor. I want to.
How trial works goes as by.
It does. He knows better than to volunteer, Your Honor. And he did it anyway. I
How
think
many,
that-
how many things have I had to strike of yours during this 5-6 days?
Your Honor, there's a fundamental difference between me as a zealous advocate on behalf of my client, exercising my client's Sixth Amendment rights to counsel.
All right,
And a witness
you
is,
still know the court rules.
and a witness is.
You also know
obligated-
that you can't make statements, you can ask questions, and you still continue to do it.
Your Honor, there is a fundamental difference between my role as an advocate and this witness's role.
Where
as a
in your
fact
role as an
witness.
advocate says
And I-
that it is acceptable for you to make off comments and or arguments as you're questioning a witness? Let me know. It's strict, I've already stricken the question that you asked if it's stricken, just like when she asked for me to strike something that's inappropriate that you say, I do so. If she liked to redirect him later to get whatever he was going to say out, that's up to her. He thought he would have an opportunity to continue his question, but that wasn't his opportunity.
So I had asked him if he learned in law school about how a trial.
We're not gonna get into what he learned in law school. We can move on.
Okay. Sir, are you also aware that the Michigan legislature actually had a hearing in which people came forward and testified in 2020 under oath as to concerns that they had with fraud in the election?
I think there was at least 2 hearings. I don't know if they were both under oath.
When were those hearings?
I don't know the exact dates.
It was before December 14th, 2020, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember,
Right, I don't remember.
but they were Michigan legislators who conducted a hearing. Is that correct?
There were legislative committees. I believe there was one, at least one in the House Oversight Committee and at least one in the Senate Oversight Committee.
And the subject matter of that had to do with allegations of fraud in the 2020 election, correct?
That was certainly brought up during the meeting. I don't know if that was the subject of the hearing.
And you can't, as you sit here today, you can't tell us when those hearings took place?
Asked and answered.
Your Honor, maybe he's thought of something in the interim, or maybe he wants to volunteer something now. I'm giving him. the
Maybe you can
opportunity.
rephrase your question because you asked that one, so maybe you can ask him. Can
Is
you
there-
remember anything new
Sure.
since then?
Is there
But
anything,
you've
is
asked that question. He
there
answered
anything
it.
that would refresh your memory as to the date of the legislative hearings that we're talking about?
Yes,
What?
a printout of the meeting notice or some news story or something that would indicate when the date was.
Now, do you have any such material that you can refer to?
Not on my person other than my phone.
So, Your Honor, may he have a moment to look at his, do a little bit of independent research?
So you have this on your phone now?
I believe I could find it on the internet using the browser on my phone.
Okay, about how long will that take you?
Couple of minutes, I would expect, Your Honor.
Okay, off the record, you can do so this time.
Your Honor, could maybe the court instruct him when he's done, to just let us know.
When you're done, you can just look up and let us know.
There's absolutely no eating in the courtroom.
Okay.
Do you not remember the dates of the hearings?
Looks like the Senate hearing was either the last day of October or the first day of December,
Of what year?
2020.
What about, was there a separate hearing?
I believe the House hearing was the next day or a day or two later, December 2nd or 3rd.
Of 2020? Those are public hearings?
Yes.
Is there anything that would refresh your memory as to whether you talked to the FBI about the Muskegon investigation that you personally attended meetings about?
If there was a meeting transcript or notes, that would help.
Did the FBI, when you met with them, did they appear to be taking notes?
Well, as I noted, when I met with the FBI, I don't know whether or not the Muskegon issue was discussed. There was a meeting with law enforcement on the Muskegon issue, but I don't know whether the FBI was on that meeting.
Other than the FBI, did you ever meet with any federal prosecutors?
Remember.
You know what a federal prosecutor is, right?
Yes.
You ever testify in a grand jury?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, now it goes to his memory and his credibility. You can't remember whether he met with any federal prosecutors. That to me is just incredible on its face. So now I'm going to ask him if he remembers testifying in the grand jury.
Is that relates to this?
Yes,
How?
because it's part and parcel of any federal investigation.
Not relevant.
Well, that's certainly I respect the court's position on that, but I disagree, but I respect the rule.
Of course, you dispute, that's why you asked the question.
Right.
So objection is sustained.
Is it fair to say that the Muskegon investigation was a statewide investigation?
It involved the state police.
And there were concerns about whether there was other activity in other counties similar to what was being alleged in Muskegon, correct?
I believe so.
And in fact, there were concerns about whether there was similar activity in other states, correct?
I don't remember that specifically, but it's possible.
Do you remember that there was at least an hour-long testimony from the lead suspect in that investigation in Congress?
No.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Your Honor, may I have an opportunity to confer with brother counsel?
Absolutely. Off the record.
I'm sorry.
Off the record, yep.
Thank you.
Sure, before we get going, Mark, can I ask a question of the court?
Yes.
Mr. Zaman, I'd like to let him know that he's not gonna be meeting today since it's after 2, and the prosecutor has at least one other witness to go after this witness.
You have one more witness today,
Exactly one of the witnesses.
and they're here today?
Yes.
Okay, yep, we can, is Mr. Zammit here?
No. but
Oh, I
was
thought we
gonna
were
tell
gonna-
him that he doesn't have to come. There's just no
Yep, I
way-
continue his
there's no
subpoena
way we're gonna
until
get to
Wednesday.
4 Troy Hudson testifying. I see, unless you guys disagree.
I completely agree, and I did subpoena, continue his subpoena till Wednesday, so I told him we would just give him at least 1 hour notice.
Yes, I'll tell him it'll be tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Sounds good.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Redirect?
Yes, please.
Okay, if you stay switch.
That's up to you all. I don't mind.
Prater, on cross-examination, you were asked about, there was a term that came up, a phrase actually, subject matter of the case. And you described 2 different potential subject matters of the case. Can you just explain how you perceive those to be different?
Yes, well, I understand the subject matter of the case with respect to these individual defendants to be what they did and specific circumstances around the certificates that were submitted. Let's get to that. More broadly, I understand that this is taking place in the context of the November 2020 election, and that various issues involving the election are being discussed. So I was seeking to clarify whether subject matter was really about what the defendants are alleged done specifically versus the entire set of issues that surrounded that election.
And several questions have circled around whether or not the Michigan the Michigan presidential results were in controversy. Can you explain what controversy means to you?
In my opinion, controversy implies that there is some meaningful, legitimate, substantive disagreement on what actually occurred. So people were saying things about the election. That doesn't necessarily rise to the level of controversy, in my opinion.
So just a general layperson or a group of lay people who disagree with the ultimate election results, would you define that as the Michigan results are in controversy?
No.
Now, you were asked to give an opinion as to how lay people might interpret that the non-certified interim results were incorrectly posted for Biden before they were actually certified. Do you remember that line, those lines of questions?
Yeah.
Now, before I get to my ultimate question, the interim results were ultimately canvassed and certified correctly 2 weeks later, is that correct?
2 weeks after the election, yes. Or it could have been less, but it would have been at most 2 weeks after the election. That would be the deadline.
And interim ultimately was canvassed and certified for President Trump, correct?
Yeah.
Now, in one of your answers, when you were asked if a layperson seeing the incorrect results for at least 1 to 2 days on the Antrim County website would question the integrity of the election, you answered if that was all they considered. Could you elaborate more on that answer?
Sure. Well, the Department of State posted an explanation of what actually occurred that explains the reason for the error, that explained that there are paper returns that come out with tabulators that are reviewed by the canvassers to verify the results. I believe the clerk herself also said what happens in multiple occasions in news stories and elsewhere. And then additionally, we conducted a hand count audit that actually looked at all the ballots again and just verified that they were tabulated correctly. So based on all that information, it's hard for me to believe or understand how someone would still not accept the integrity of that election result. If somebody had none of that information, I suppose it's possible.
So even though the unofficial result read for President Biden, ultimately through the process that's laid out in the state of Michigan, the correct results were eventually canvassed and certified?
Yes.
Now, you answered some questions about the Wayne County Board of Canvassers initially not voting to not certify the votes. Were the votes by the Wayne County Board of Canvassers eventually certified?
Yeah.
Were there any other, I guess, issues with votes in the city of Detroit specifically?
Could you be more specific and understand what you mean by issues?
Votes appearing out of nowhere.
Well, there were various claims that were being made about what was occurring in Detroit. So, for example, I recall on election night or the next day, claims being made that it was suspicious that that vote totals were being reported out of Detroit, as if that was suspicious that they're happening late. But that's what always happens, is that the jurisdictions, some jurisdictions always complete their tabulation of ballots and the precinct canvass and the other things they need to do later on in the evening, and then report the results later on in the evening. So there was nothing unusual about that. There were claims being made that it was problematic that ballots were still being brought in after 8 p.m. for absentee ballot tabulation, but that is perfectly normal as well, because they have to accept the absentee ballots that are delivered up to 8 p.m. that are then checked in by the clerk before they're brought to the county board. And that process can take several hours. There were claims being made that there were ballots being brought in, and that was suspicious. But that's done because those ballots are used to duplicate the ballots that come from military and overseas voters in a different format so they can be tabulated. There were claims being made that ballots were being counted multiple times, or that more ballots were being counted than people actually voted, but that was not accurate, because the voter registration totals from the poll books actually were slightly higher than the number of ballots tabulated, which indicates that while there were some administrative errors in administering the election, that if you had seen ballots that were being counted illegally, you'd actually be seeing a lot more ballots than names in the poll book. So these are the types of claims that I would remember, but they were all basically describing routine election procedures.
And I'm going to hand you back Exhibit 2. On cross-examination, I believe you used the phrase that this document purports to be a certificate of votes. Is it fair to say that the document attached to the email that's Exhibit 2 is not a certificate of votes for the state of Michigan?
That's correct. It's not a certificate of votes as required by the Michigan election law.
And could you just briefly explain why it is not a certificate of votes?
Well, prior to the certificate of votes being generated, first we have the entire election process, including the canvass and certification by the Board of State Canvassers that determines who the duly elected electors are. And then the certificate of ascertainment is issued by the governor, and that determines who the electors are and who can actually produce a certificate of votes. And in that case, that was not these individuals.
Now, do you see on the reverse side of the first page, the memorandum? And this purports to send that document to the President of the Senate, the Archivist of the United States, Secretary of State, Chief Judge of the United States District Court, Western District of Michigan. Is there any importance to the people who this is addressed to as far as the presidential election?
These are the entities that need to receive the certificate of votes as required by the Michigan election law, and I believe also the federal law.
And I'll just close with this question. Did you have any concerns as it related to the integrity of the Michigan presidential election in 2020?
No.
Why not?
Well, we have numerous safeguards in place and numerous checks and balances in place to safeguard the voting process. And those have to do both with registration and voting, and they have to do with the way that the election results can be reviewed and canvassed and recounted and investigated as needed. So starting with the voter registration process, clerks are very diligent, as the Muskegon incident shows, in identifying and carefully reviewing voter registration forms before voter registrations can be accepted.
Objection, Your Honor, to the characterization that clerks are very diligent. I think that misstates the evidence. Apparently, the interim county clerk got it wrong twice. And certified for Biden twice.
Well, she did not certify for Biden. She posted the unofficial results. It was certified for Trump.
I'm sorry, not certified, but posted the wrong results twice. So I object to the characterization.
Because she posted the wrong results twice, and you said the objection is that she's not
Then it
diligent.
misstates the evidence.
I don't think it does. And it's also the witness is answering the question why he did not have any concerns. And I think the fact that the error was caught and it was ultimately corrected shows the diligence of the clerks.
Thank you. To make the assertion that people who are diligent don't make errors, I think is erroneous in and of itself. Diligent people make errors all the time. And so I recognize your concern. That sounds like argument versus an objection. And so the objection's overruled.
Yeah, so after the voter registration forms are reviewed by the clerks, there's also multiple safeguards and processes after that occurs. So even if a voter registration form is accepted, that shouldn't be. There's multiple steps in place that prevent that from actually resulting in illegal voting. So first of all, the clerk sends a voter identification card to the address of every registered voter. And if that if somebody gets that card and didn't register to vote at that address, they could contact the clerk, and that would lead the clerk to understand that something unusual had occurred. Also, if those notices are returned undeliverable, the clerk notes the voter's record with that indication. There's additional verification that needs to happen. Once the registration is created, there are then multiple steps to prevent any kind of illegal voting that could occur based on even if a fraudulent registration was created that would prevent voting. So for one thing, you have an absentee ballot application. The clerk has to review that before it's accepted. You'll also have to review an absentee ballot envelope before that's accepted. If somebody comes to vote in person, they need to provide photo ID or sign an affidavit indicating that they do not have an ID, and that is saved after the election. So to actually effectuate illegal voting, even if there were inaccurate registration that was created, which there are safeguards against, there are additional safeguards that take place before that person can actually cast a ballot. So that I think protects, there's multiple checks and balances before someone can even cast a ballot. But then once the election is conducted, you also have records that are preserved and maintained that you can use to review anything that occurred with respect to either voter registration or ballots. So when it comes to voter registration, the poll books that are used, both the paper applications to vote that are completed by voters in person or the actual voter ballot applications are saved. So there is a record after the election of everybody who submitted a ballot. There's also a copy of the poll book that is saved, so you can see everybody who appeared to vote at a polling place. So that creates multiple independent records of everybody who actually cast a ballot in an election. And then the ballots themselves are also saved. So after they're tabulated, First, as I noted, the canvas involves looking at the paper printouts that come out of the tabulators and comparing those to the unofficial results. So if there were an issue like what occurred in Antrim County, the canvassers are required to verify the actual dates that come out of the tabulators to verify the outcome of the election is correct. You also have the paper ballots themselves that are saved. And if anybody believes that the ballots are not properly tabulated, you have the opportunity to conduct a recount based on those same paper ballots. So that would provide another way to verify that the outcome is correct if somebody believes that there was an error with the tabulation. And then when it comes to a federal election, all of these records are then saved for 2 years after the election. So if anybody has any concerns about anybody who registered to vote or submitted an absentee ballot application or an absentee ballot envelope, or who appeared to vote in person, or any questions about the ballots themselves, all of those are public records that are retained and reviewed. So between the processes that we have before the election to make sure that the voter registration and the voting process are protected, and the process that we have during the post-election review, where we have multiple levels of canvass and certification, and then also the fact that records are saved after the election and can be reviewed, we have multiple independent safeguards to ensure and verify the integrity of the election.
Thank you. Nothing further now.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grader, you may be excused. We need a break, 10 minutes or about 12 minutes, and then you'll call your next witness.
Thank you.
back on the record, and counsel, you can call your next witness.
And at this time, the people will call Mr. Troy Hudson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat, Mr. Hudson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Spell your first and last name, please.
Troyhudson.
Okay, you can proceed, counsel.
In the year 2020, did you work for the Michigan GOP?
Yes,
How long had you worked for the Michigan GOP?
for 2 years. So from 2019 to early.
I'm gonna ask you to try and keep your voice up, okay?
I'll try.
Okay. What was your position with the Michigan GOP?
I was the political director.
And what were your duties as the political director?
We did everything from local campaigns to state campaigns, federal campaigns. I helped out with campaigns, but I also helped out with relationship management with the party.
And did you have a supervisor or a boss?
Yes.
And who was your boss?
Executive director was Mike Ambrosini, and then the chairman was Laura Cox.
And did you have any people that answered to you?
Yes.
How many people?
I had 2 direct folks that worked under me, Sue Foster and Jeff Pfeiffer. But it was collaborative with all the different departments.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you questions surrounding a meeting that took place at the Michigan Republican headquarters on December 14, 2020, okay?
Okay.
And do you recall where the Michigan Republican headquarters was located?
Yeah.
And where was that?
Down the street on Seymour Street. I don't know the exact address.
And that's in the city of Lansing?
Yeah.
And do you recall a meeting taking place on December 14, 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that meeting started?
I don't, it was in the morning.
And do you recall how that meeting, I guess, came about?
I don't exactly know. I know that the electors had been called, but I don't know.
Were you part of a meeting with anyone saying, you know, a meeting is going to be held with the electors?
I may have been, but I don't recall.
Do you recall who was part of the meeting? Do you recall when the meeting was?
No. Within a few days, but yeah.
Within a
few days before, but I don't know.
Was the meeting in person?
No.
In what medium was the meeting?
I'm assuming it would have been the phone meeting because our office was shut down due to COVID.
Okay.
So we weren't meeting in person.
Oh, okay. So is it fair to say that because of COVID, there wasn't active traffic within the Michigan GOP headquarters?
As far as I'm aware. Yeah.
Now, on December 14th, 2020, did you actually go to the Michigan Republican headquarters?
Yeah.
What time did you arrive?
Early in the morning.
Do you recall if there was anyone else in the building when you got there?
I don't think that I opened it up, so somebody else would have had already cleared it. So I don't think I was the first person there, but I was there pretty early.
And while you were in the building, and I mean, from when you got there to when you left, did you see other employees of the Michigan GOP?
Yes.
Who did you see?
From the Michigan GOP, Henrietta Tull was there, Mike Ambrosini, Tony Zammett. That's it, from Michigan GOP.
Did you see anyone else in the building that I guess would be associated with the Trump campaign?
Yes.
And who can you give us their names?
I know that Mike Flynn was there, or Mr. Flynn was there. I can't remember his first name, but the attorney for the Trump campaign was there. They had other people that were there. And previously, when I had met with Investigator Shock, I had said that I thought that the director of the Trump campaign was there, and he was not. Later found out.
For purposes of the record, the director of the Trump campaign, do you remember his name?
Chris Velasco was in Georgia at the time. Velasco was VELASCO.
And it came to your memory that ultimately Mr. Velasco was not.
Correct.
present. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And as to Mr. Flynn, do you recall independently his first name?
Sitting here right now, it's escaping me, but
If I said Sean, would you
Yes.
be able to,
I would say yes.
just so you know, we can't talk at the same time
Okay.
because there's a record being made.
Understood.
So you have to let me finish my question and then you can answer, okay?
Understood.
Now, as far as the Republican nominees for electors, did you see any of the Republican nominees for electors inside the Michigan GOP building?
Yes.
And did you know all 16?
If not all of them, most of them.
And did you see all 16 on December 14th, 2020?
I know that two of them were not there.
And which two were not there?
Terry Land and another gentleman who was in the hospital.
Do you recall what the purpose of the meeting was supposed to be?
We had kind of a dual purpose. One, they had ongoing litigation. They wanted to make sure that the electors had met in case litigation. And then two, it was an invitation for the electors to meet because they were made from their districts.
Is it a big deal to be a nominee for elector?
Very much so.
Was this meeting in any way meant to be the nominees voting?
No.
Do you recall a document being created for the purpose of this meeting?
Yeah.
Could you describe that document for us?
It was the one that I'm aware of, or was that I had seen on that day was if the electors, if President Trump and Vice President Pence had won, the electors would have voted this way.
Do you know who created that document?
I don't know.
If you saw that document again, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as defense A.
Okay.
Sorry, you need a copy of that?
No, I do not. Thank you. I'm all set. Thank you.
You recognize that document?
This appears to be the one I'm talking about.
And you would agree that there is actually a signature on defense A, correct?
Yes.
Were you actually present when that document was signed?
I don't believe so.
But that is the document that you were just describing to the court, correct? Now, where was the meeting supposed to take place within the building?
In a large area in the basement. That it was a large area in the basement.
And were you present when the meeting started?
I was up and going from upstairs to downstairs, so at times I was, but not during the entirety.
Are you able to tell us about how many people were in attendance in the basement?
No.
Are you able to give us a ballpark number?
Maybe there weren't a lot of staff, so no more than 20, 25. I mean, not a lot.
You stated that you were in and out of the basement, is that correct?
Correct.
do you know if you were present for the end of it, in the basement?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Did you ever go back into the basement after the meeting started?
Yes,
Okay, and what did you observe when you went down there?
that a group meeting was happening. I think there were bagels and coffee. People were mulling around.
Was there ever a point in time where you witnessed something occurring that you did not anticipate happening on December 14th, 2020?
Yes.
Could you tell us what it was that you saw?
At some point in time, we had concluded that we were doing the basement. And some others, I don't recall who, came down and said, we've got something else for you.
And before that happened, has you had any conversations with Mr. Flynn on December 14th, 2020?
Maybe greeting him, but beyond that, nothing regarding me.
Okay. What about before December 14th, 2020? Had you and Mr. Flynn had any conversations about, I guess, additional tasks or additional agenda items for the meeting?
No.
So when Mr. Flynn announces that there's something else to be done, at that time, did you know what he was talking about?
No.
What happens after that announcement?
My knowledge, they went upstairs. I called.
When you say they.
The people present for me.
Okay.
Downstairs. I called, and I don't recall if it was Stu Sandler or Laura Cox, but I communicated with our either legal counsel or the chairman of the party. And said there's something else going on. What do you want to do? And they asked me.
And did you leave?
I did.
Now, at any point in time after the meeting started, before it ended, did you observe any, I guess, Republican electors that were meant to replace Ms. Land and Mr. Wall?
I'm aware that there were two people that did, but I don't recall them specifically being there.
Did you know who they were?
I know one of them.
Okay, and which one do you know?
I know Ken Thompson.
Okay, and do you know how replacements were acquired?
I don't know. I was standing in the lobby, and I know that Sean Maddock and Baron Sheridan were talking to people on the phone, and it seemed to be that was the conversation.
Now, as it related to this meeting, was there restricted admittance?
Yeah.
Who was allowed to attend this meeting?
Just the electors and staff, and the limited staff.
And what was the purpose for that limitation?
We had a COVID outbreak the week before.
So the goal was Republican nominees for electors, limited staff, and some people from the Trump campaign, or do you count them as staff?
They worked in the building. Yeah.
When you left the Michigan Republican headquarters, were the electors and the other staff still in the building?
Yes. I don't know if all of the other staff were. I think some had already left.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Before you left, had you heard any statements regarding if the electors were planning on going somewhere upon leaving the building?
No.
Now, I know you said you were not there for the bulk of the meeting, is that correct?
Correct.
there any point in time where you're in the meeting where people were addressing, I guess, the audience or the attendees?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever see or anyone speaking to the attendees?
Not that I recall.
Now, at the point that Mr. Flynn announced that there was another task, what was it about that announcement that concerned you and prompted you to call Stu Sandler and Laura Cox?
Just that it deviated from what we were doing.
Did you stick around to see what exactly they were doing?
No. Being instructed to leave.
Pass the witness, Sharon.
Oh,
I already have it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. My name is Michael Milana, and I'm an attorney. I represent Rose Rook. She's a lady.
No Rose.
Oh, you know Rose. And how did you know Rose?
I've known Rose for a very long time, over a decade.
Oh.
Working
And just in politics.
Yeah.
Was she a precinct delegate from Van Buren
Yes.
County?
Yep.
And she, do you know how long she's been involved?
Since before I was,
When did you become involved?
2009.
If she got involved in around 2008, is that consistent with you?
Yeah.
Beyond being a precinct delegate in Van Buren, I'm sure, did she hold any positions in the state Republican Party? No?
I believe Rose and I served on the district committee together, but I'm not positive about that. But we were involved in the 6th district GOP together.
I would ask you not, don't speculate. If you don't know, because she may not have been involved. If you
Sure.
don't know, please don't.
We were involved in the 6th district
But
GOP.
only talk about what you know she was involved.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking.
Understood.
It's important to judge here. It's just only accurate.
Yep.
So you worked together in what again?
In the 6th district GOP.
Is that her district now?
Yeah, it was at the time.
And did that include the small town of
Yes.
Roses? Focused on?
Yep.
Wasn't this work involved in national Republican Party, as far as you know? She national committee?
Other than having been an elector, no. Was she on the RNC? I don't believe so.
You know, you don't have any knowledge of her having any communications with people like Sean Flynn, for instance.
Not that I know.
Sometimes provide her information about what was happening in the Michigan Republican Party.
Probably. Yeah, I would assume I would.
You have a friendship with her?
Yeah.
Ever indicate in any of your conversations with her prior to the meeting on December 14th, 2020, that she intended to defraud anybody in the 2020 presidential election?
No.
And let's talk about this meeting and why it happened. There was a conference call, was there not, on about December 13th, which would be the day before. Do you remember, well, let me ask you this, and I'm shaking my head, but you don't remember. Do you remember testifying in a previous hearing for other defendants that were elected candidates? Do you recall that testimony?
I recall that I testified.
Okay. Do you remember being asked about it, specifically about a conference call that you attended on December 13th, 2020 with Stu Sandler, Laura Cox, and Tony Zanuck?
If my memory, I'm not gonna guess. So, no, I don't remember.
Do you remember taking part in some kind of telephone conference?
Sorry.
Just let me finish my
Yeah,
question, and then I'll try not to, because I do it too. Try not to.
I appreciate it.
Did you take part at some point, whether it's, I know you probably don't know the days, you said it could be a couple days before, but at some time prior to December 14th, when the electors came, did you have a conversation? Or were you a part of a conversation that happened, not in person, but over some kind of medium, let's say telephone or meet, Microsoft meetings or whatever?
Sure.
Involving yourself, Laura Cox, Stu Sandler, and Tony Zanuck. Do you remember anything like that?
I don't recall the specifics of who was on it, but I do know that we had a conversation.
Okay, and you know that one of the purposes of that conversation we had, can I call it a conference call? Is that a fair way to describe it?
Probably.
sorry, so the conference call, you know that one of the things that was discussed during the conference call was what was gonna happen with these electors on December the 14th, correct?
Correct.
In 2020, correct? Okay. And so, you know that Stu Sandler is an attorney, correct?
Yes.
And he's the attorney specifically who advises the Michigan Republican Party and specifically Chairwoman Cox, correct, at the time.
I mean, there were multiple attorneys, but he was the legal counsel for the party.
And he was providing counsel at the time and talking about what was gonna happen.
That I interacted with, yes.
And so you already testified a little bit. I just want to make sure I understand. There were two purposes that were described to you of bringing these electors, because as you know, when you testified, this was COVID, right? This was, people were not, you said there was an outbreak of COVID, right? So you're not assembling people, you're not bringing people together, having them driving from Paw unless there's a good reason. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
And the good reason was you wanted to do two, or was it Laura Cox? Was she the one that was sort of explaining the purposes, or was Stu? Do you remember who was doing the talking?
I don't remember.
It's one of them. It was one, either Stu or.
I don't.
You don't. But you do remember that what was described to you was, as the purpose of the meeting was to have the electors come and be acknowledged, correct? That was one of the purposes.
Correct.
And was that a purpose that was advocated for by Laura Cox? Do you remember?
I don't remember who was leading the session.
Then that's one of the purposes, correct?
Yes.
And the second purpose was to confirm that the electors met and they were prepared to vote for their candidate, to be Donald Trump, if by litigation he became the winner, correct?
That's correct.
And that is that's your complete understanding of the purpose of that, correct? Okay. And it's true that at no point was part of the meeting to have the electors sign a document that was going to try to be used to defraud or fool anyone. That was not part of the purpose of the meeting. Right?
That's my knowledge.
And you saw Rose.
Yes.
Did you greet her when she came in? Do you remember? Who
I don't remember. I probably would have.
Do you know who drove her?
No.
A representative from her district named Beth.
Beth Griffin.
Griffin.
Yes.
Do you know Beth Griffin? At least at the time, she was a representative
Yeah.
to the Michigan House of Michigan House, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether or not, if you don't know, if you don't have any personal knowledge, do you know whether or not Rose was driven by her representative?
I don't.
Because had she been driven by her representative, the representative herself would not have been let in, correct?
Correct.
So you wouldn't have seen her unless you outside.
Right.
And you know that the document you were shown, I'm going to put Exhibit A in front of you. This is Defense Exhibit A.
Right.
You can look at that. You know that document was created by Stu Sandler, correct?
I do not know who.
You don't know that?
Nope.
Do you believe that document to have been created by some attorney for the Michigan Republican Party versus the?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. When was the first time you saw that document, Exhibit A?
Before that day, but I couldn't tell you if it was 1 day or 2 days.
All right. So you saw it before December 14, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And if you were seeing it, it would have been, it wouldn't have, were you meeting with Trump attorneys like Sean Flynn looking at documents prior to the 14th? So if you looked at a document like that, it would have been by someone at the Michigan, brought to your attention by someone at the Michigan Republican Party versus someone representing the Trump campaign or the National Republican Party, correct?
Most of my conversations, almost all of my conversations were with Michigan Republican Party people, not the Trump campaign.
Like Stu Sandler,
Correct.
like Laura Cox.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not Laura Cox approved that particular document?
I don't recall.
I think the purpose of Rose coming that day was to engage, she was coming there to engage in some kind of conspiracy to commit fraud.
No.
Do you believe that?
No.
Do you believe that today?
I don't know.
Based on everything you saw that day, I know it sounds like you didn't see a lot of the actual meetings, is that fair?
That's correct.
Did you hear any of the electors talking about trying to commit a crime?
I did not.
Did you ever hear anyone explain to the electors that day the difference between being a duly elected elector and being an elector candidate or elector nominee that was elected at the convention?
I don't recall.
You don't recall anyone ever talking about that?
No.
Or explaining that to the electors?
Yeah.
At some point, you learned that there was a second document, is that right?
After the meeting, yeah, like after even the day in question, you know.
Oh, okay, but when you got concerned enough to make a phone call to either Stu Sandler or Laura Cox, you had noticed something to make a call, correct?
Just that meeting was happening, that they were doing something else. Yes.
And is it fair to say that you did not witness any documents being signed by anybody that day?
Correct.
Did you ever see electors being taken upstairs from the basement by the Trump attorneys 2 at a time?
I don't recall 2 at a time. That doesn't.
Or ever taken 1 at a time or all of them?
I believe that everyone made their way upstairs. That's my recollection.
For a second meeting in a conference room on the first floor, is that right?
They were entering a conference room. Yes.
Is that when you left?
Yes.
So you don't know what happened after you left?
I do not.
How long after the Trump folks told the electors to go upstairs from the basement did you leave?
Shortly.
Like a matter of minutes?
Yeah.
Less than 10 minutes?
Probably.
But it sounds like you're sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're sure that nobody from the Michigan Republican Party told the electors to go upstairs to do anything on the first floor?
I don't.
You don't know that?
I don't know.
Well, you called either Stu Sandler or Laura Cox because you said that this was not part of the plan for them, correct?
Correct.
So, but you don't know why they, but you don't know why they went upstairs? Or you do know why they went upstairs?
I mean, the subsequent.
Oh, you learned it later?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't know at the time why they were going upstairs?
Correct.
But what caused you to make the phone call was just that they were going upstairs? Or something not clear? If you didn't know that what the Trump lawyers were doing, how did you know to call?
Because it wasn't what we had planned.
I know, but didn't you hear somebody tell them to go upstairs? Or?
Yes, they said we're going upstairs now.
Okay.
Sean Flynn.
Okay, so Sean Flynn did direct electors upstairs.
Yes, but
and that's what. Sorry,
I don't know if there were others around. I don't.
Okay, Sean Flynn. At least you heard that, right?
Yes.
Called the electors upstairs, and Sean Flynn's from the Trump campaign, correct? That doesn't work for the Michigan Republican Party, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't work with Stu Sandler. He's not. No, he's the Trump campaign's attorney, correct?
As far as I'm aware.
And the fact that Sean Flynn had the electors go upstairs caused you some concern to call your supervisor, Stu Sandler worked for you, but call Stu Sandler or your boss, Laura Cox, to see what to do, and they said,
yeah,
whoever you talked to said,
correct.
Whoever of the two of them, I should say.
Well, yes.
And I think you testified before, and I'll just ask you about your testimony. Didn't you leave for about an hour to go back up to your office, and then that's when you came back down? Was that an hour?
No.
Am I wrong about that? Yeah. Tell me about when you first, what part of the meeting did you see, if any?
Bits and pieces. I was going from the lobby to my office to downstairs. So, I mean, intermittently.
Why were you coming back to the basement?
To see, I mean, they were the only people in the building.
To see how everything was going?
Yes.
Could you tell who was directing the meeting?
No.
Did you see Michonne Maddock there?
She was present.
Did you see Kathy Burden or Maya Rodriguez there?
Maida and Kathy were present.
Did either of them speak to the electors that you saw?
Not that I would.
And besides you hearing Sean Flynn direct the electors to go upstairs, which prompted your phone call, did you see or hear Sean Flynn say anything else to the elector candidates in the basement?
Not that I would.
Do you provide Exhibit A to Kathy Burden?
I don't remember.
Is it possible that you did? Or did you think you might have? Or
It's
do you-
possible, but I don't.
you just don't remember? But you knew that the plan was to have Kathy Burden sign something, right?
I mean, given what's written on the document of her being the chairman of the meeting. Yes.
So you think you may have known that at some time, but you don't recall right now?
Right.
Sounds like what you're saying, right?
Yes.
I don't mean to put words in your mouth. I'm
Right.
just trying to move us along.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
Do you have any reason based on anything that you saw or observed that day? I'll try. No, I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hudson, I'm attorney David Gilbert, and I represent Mr. Kenneth Thompson. You familiar with him?
I am.
How long have you known him?
Ooh, probably since 2010, 2009.
All right. And you said when you had got the meeting, there were two issues. And at some point, Mr. Flynn said, we have something else for you, and that raised your suspicion.
Correct.
But Mr. Flynn said that?
I believe so.
And were you escorting people from the lobby to downstairs or just kind of going around?
Kind of going around. I may have escorted something else.
All right. And then you said that there were 14 of the 16 electors there?
Correct.
Do you know if the other two positions were ever filled?
My understanding is that they are since then, yes.
That they were since then? Do you know if they were filled that day?
I don't recall.
You had mentioned that you were in the lobby and you saw somebody on the phone. You thought they were calling around trying to find replacements?
Correct.
But it was that day?
Yes.
You remember what time?
Before the meeting started.
Do you recall what time the meeting started?
8 in the morning. I don't.
All right. And do you recall what time they were making these phone calls to find replacements?
Again, before the meeting started.
Can you give us a time frame by?
I don't. Remember.
Was it
Before noon.
before noon?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall if Ken Thompson was there before you left?
I don't remember.
Do you remember seeing him there at all that day?
I don't remember.
He's kind of a unique looking person, not that he's, I mean, if you saw him, you'd recognize him.
Oh, no doubt. I don't remember.
All right.
4 years ago.
I've got perfect people for 5 minutes ago. So you have absolutely no idea. Would an alternate that was put into position that day normally have participated in any of the electors' events up to that point?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, if you've got a group of electors, the purpose of this meeting was we're gonna recognize these people, right?
Sure.
And if they had some meetings beforehand, the 16 that were officially elected would have attended, correct?
Reasonably, yeah, maybe.
Well, would there be any call for a non-elector to go if it was specifically for the electors?
No, I wouldn't think so.
All right. So it'd be fair to say that Mr. Thompson kind of got called in at the very late hour of all of this on December 14th.
That is my understanding. But I don't know.
Well, you said there were two alternates or two that didn't show up,
I know that there were two. that did not show up.
and you found out later that Mr. Thompson was replacement.
Correct.
And he would have had to been replaced that day.
I believe that that's what took place.
Do you think that he would have been replaced before that day?
I don't.
Well, on his certificate, when he was nominated and voted in, it says because of a no-show. So if somebody didn't show up, would they start replacing somebody before they didn't show up?
I don't know.
All right. When you left or were upstairs, were there any of the delegates there with Mr. Flynn that you saw when you left or were up there?
There were delegates upstairs, which ones I couldn't tell you specifically.
Were they there with Mr. Flynn?
I don't know exactly. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No questions.
No questions, Cheryl.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Kiefsky. I represent Clifford Frost. So it seems that you know a variety of these individuals. Do you know Mr. Frost?
I do.
How do you know Mr. Frost?
I believe Mr. Frost and I met when I worked in Macomb County for Congressman Coleman.
And when did you work in Macomb County?
2017, 2018.
Okay.
I believe.
And do you reside in Macomb County, or where do you reside?
Objection.
There's an objection.
Relevance.
Relevance is I need to ascertain his ability to get to and from the meeting. It's going to lead to some time constraints that I'm going to be asking him about in a little bit.
So you're gonna increase the relevance, so you can see the time frame for me to get to and from the meetings.
Yeah, so,
What
he-
meetings other than the December 14th meeting is relevant?
well, I'm asking him specifically about the meeting on December 14th, and I wanted to know where did he live at that time?
He said Macomb County though, correct?
No, Macomb
Oh.
County was earlier when he was working another job. I'm
Your
just trying
question
to-
is where did he live at the time of December
Correct.
14th?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
I have an apartment in Lansing. not
Okay,
far.
all right. Apparently, there are a lot of things that you testified, you just cannot refresh your recollection, or you don't know. You recall giving that statement time and time again?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try to ask you questions where perhaps you might know the answer.
Okay.
So regarding the building on Seymour Street, you had an office there at the time when you served as political director, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did you have an office there as political director prior to December 14th, 2020?
For 2 years, but the office changed.
Okay.
No.
And are you generally familiar with the standard operating procedures related to how that building functions, the uses of the building and the like?
Generally, sure.
So for example, did you have keys to the building?
I did.
Okay. Do you know if any other individuals had keys to the building?
I believe all of the staff did.
Okay. And you're aware of the nature of the charges here, correct, against all of these defendants?
Not the folks, the staff. No.
Okay. Do you believe that the Republican headquarters on December 14th, 2020 is a crime scene?
Objection, Your Honor, that causes for legal conclusion. And its relevance to his belief.
It's not a legal conclusion to ask whether or not a particular location could be, in his opinion, working there, a crime scene, given what he
Why
observed
would
there
he
that day.
be in the position to give an opinion about a crime scene?
Well, to see whether or not he believes that a crime was committed there on that particular day.
That's a little bit of a different question of whether or not he believes it's a crime scene. I mean, typically, law enforcement would determine something a crime scene or not.
Well, I'll withdraw the question and I will ask it this way.
Thank you.
Do you believe that anything illegal happened or any criminal activity happened on December 14th, 2020, from what you observed?
From what he observed,
I know.
he clarified it.
Had that little appendage. in.
Not that I'm, it's not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'm not an attorney.
All right. And you said that admittance to the meeting, being admitted to the meeting, it was restricted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How did you know it was restricted?
I don't remember the exact conversation, but we talked about that at some point in time. We had talked about just having staff and the nominated electors in there.
Did you happen to have a list of the individuals that were to come in or out?
That would make sense. Yeah.
Okay, that would make sense perhaps, but to the
Well,
best.
I don't, do I recall specific lists? No, I don't recall specific lists, but again, I know most of the people, so.
Okay. Were you in charge in any way, shape or form of sort of playing, I don't want to call it bouncer, but restricting access to people coming in or out?
I had conversations with people trying to get in, but that was not my main role.
Okay. However, that was one of your roles then, correct?
I was talking to people who were not one of the electors, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about a few of the other standard operating procedures there at the headquarters on Seymour Street. So first, does the Republican Party maintain files over there at that particular location when you were there? And when I say files, I mean filing cabinets with papers.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And when it comes to the documents that are maintained over there for other meetings that you typically would have, would you have sign-in lists or any of that stuff?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever had a sign-in list for folks that would attend a meeting over there at the headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. And that was fairly regular to have those particular sign-in lists?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't know when it comes to sign-in lists if they were maintained or not, or recorded or filed away?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if there's a surveillance system or sort of video recording of the property, the premises, or even inside the building?
There was outside. I don't believe that there was one inside.
Okay. How many cameras, to the best of your recollection, were on the outside?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know where the cameras were generally pointing?
No.
No. If there are cameras, do you happen to know if there was a recording system?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know anything about that recording system, specifically when it comes to how long that video could be available?
I do.
Okay. Who would have access to that recording system to the best of your personal knowledge?
I don't.
Well, you didn't, right?
No.
Do you believe, given your experience working at the Republican headquarters, that Laura Cox would, as she's the top official?
Did she regularly review them?
No, that's not my question,
Okay.
but would she have access?
I don't know. I assume so.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all right. You mentioned that there are multiple individuals from the Trump campaign that attended the meeting on December 14th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And Sean Flynn was one of them?
Correct.
And you can't identify the others?
I don't.
Okay. But you said, I believe there was maybe roughly half a dozen or so?
Something like that.
Okay.
Maybe less.
Do you happen to recall or have an understanding when they arrived in town?
No.
Okay. Do you happen to know when, or more so where, they were residing or staying?
I don't.
So you don't know whether or not Trump campaign officials perhaps were staying at the Radisson?
I don't.
Okay. I may have misheard your testimony, so I just want to get some clarification. Did you state earlier that you had, in terms of the staff there at the building, Trump campaign workers that worked regularly at the MIGOP headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. any of those individuals the same people that worked for the Trump campaign that were there on December 14th, 2020?
I don't recall.
And I'm not asking for names. I'm just asking for you to kind of look at faces through the best of your recollection and memory.
Understood, and I don't recall.
You don't know, okay. And just super briefly, being the political director, can you just give me like a bullet list, like the 2 or 3 things that really your job encompasses?
Like some relationship management within the party, helping out campaigns, mostly on the state level. So through that year, we had state senate, state house, congressional. We did some local races. So we involved a little bit on the federal level, but for the most part, they have their own campaign.
Is it fair to say that given the nature of your role, being political director, that you would be fairly attuned to reviewing, listening to, or essentially taking a look at media reports?
No, not typically.
So as a political director, you wouldn't have to be concerned about what's going on, for example, on CNN or Fox.
Oh,
or...
yes, but external communications.
Oh, yeah.
That is the communications department.
That'd be a separate individual if you're going to be talking externally to the media, right?
Correct.
Okay. And given your recollection of what was going on at that time, can you say very clearly that there was a controversy from what you observed regarding the 2020 election during the time period that this meeting happened on December 14th, 2020? I just need a yes or no.
There was ongoing litigation.
Okay. So was there?
Yeah, yes. There was
Okay.
ongoing litigation.
Well, my question is, was there a controversy regarding the election on December 14th, 2020? I just really need a yes or no.
I understand. But
I really
don't
need a yes or no.
Putting myself back there, I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't
I don't
remember?
remember at the time. Okay. Yeah. What the timing was. We had, I know that we had recounts going on in other areas.
So you're aware of other areas in the state of Michigan that had controversies regarding the election?
Yes.
Okay. The first defense attorney that questioned you regarding Defense Exhibit A, the document that you were presented with, what is your recollection what the document was?
Can you clarify that?
Well, I mean, to just sort of speed this up, it was the document, I believe, that stated that the slate was going to be contingent, correct?
The Exhibit A?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And you never saw anyone sign that particular document, correct?
Not to my recollection.
But I believe you testified that you saw documents or a version of that or that exact same document sort of be exchanged among folks.
This specific one, yes.
And did you have any conversations with anyone? And if you don't recall who, that's okay, but do you have any conversations with anyone about that document the first time you saw it?
Not that.
How was that document circulated, or how did you come into possession?
I don't remember.
Well, I mean, to the best of your recollection, did someone hand you a physical copy?
I know I was emailed.
Your email.
I was emailed. I don't remember if I printed it off though.
Okay.
Yeah. Or if I sent it to somebody else. I don't.
And you can't recall the other recipients on that email?
No.
Okay. But there are multiple recipients to the best of your recollection on that email.
I don't.
You don't remember?
No.
When's the first time that you spoke with Agent Schock from the Attorney General's office?
Over a year ago, I believe.
Okay.
If you gave me a date, I could tell it to you, but I could confirm, but I don't remember.
Okay. And is it fair to say all the testimony that you have provided so far on direct and cross-examination is consistent with what you told Agent Schock at the time that you sat down with him?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hudson, good afternoon. My name is John Freeman. I represent Marion Sheridan. December 14th, 2020, I want you to put yourself in that mindset of that day, okay? You had no idea on that day that the events of that day were going to become the focus of intense scrutiny.
No.
Never expected that, did you?
Correct.
So you weren't exactly paying extraordinary attention to the events that day out of fear that somehow or another somebody might become interested in what happened that day. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So do you have, when was the first time that you were contacted by a law enforcement officer about the events of December 14th?
I believe it was when Agent Shock.
When Agent Shock contacted, right? And you're not 100% sure when that.
I don't.
Did you ever have any conversations with anybody else who was in law enforcement prior to Agent Shock?
No.
No one else from the Attorney General's office attempted to interview you?
No.
And no one from the Michigan State Police?
Not prior to that, no. Okay.
Has anybody, after you met with Agent Shock for the first time, have you talked with any other law enforcement agencies?
I've spoken with Ms. Logan.
Okay. Anybody else?
No.
When you met with Agent Shock and Ms. Logan, did you have a lawyer?
Yes.
And why was that?
I think it's generally good practice.
Why?
I think it's always good to be careful.
So you're protecting yourself, correct?
If I was to meet with any law enforcement agent for any matter, I would like to have counsel.
Okay, that's probably a pretty smart thing.
Generally speaking.
How many times did you meet with Agent Shock?
Once, I believe.
And how about Ms. Logan?
I never met with Ms. Logan in person. We did a Zoom call for 15 minutes, maybe.
How did Agent Shock contact?
I think he called my cell phone.
Did you answer right away?
No.
So explain to me how it is that you got in contact.
I don't answer calls that I don't know a number from.
Okay.
So he left a message. I don't exactly recall, but I believe that I called an attorney that I know and asked them what they thought I should do.
Okay. And then did that attorney contact Agent Shock as far as you know?
I think I made the first contact. But I don't completely remember, but
Okay.
eventually, yes, that's how we initiated.
Okay. So I think you testified on when Ms. Logan was asking you questions that there was a dual purpose to the meeting on that. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think the first thing that you started to talk about was there was ongoing litigation.
But yes.
Okay. Could you explain what that means in connection with purpose number one for the meeting?
Well, I think there's, I guess if I can I explain both of the reasons again? Go back a little bit.
Yeah, well, so as I recall your testimony, you said that there was ongoing litigation, and then there was something about these persons that were attending have been nominated by their district.
It was a recognition of the fact that they had been not.
Oh,
That's part one. Part two is there was ongoing litigation.
Okay.
And I was aware, or was made aware that they should have met.
Okay, so let's talk about your understanding of this ongoing litigation. What was the ongoing litigation on December 14th, 2020?
I don't remember. I don't know the details of those cases.
You have no idea what the subject matter was?
I do.
Was that discussed during your conference call with Ms. Cox, Mr. Zammit, and attorney Stu Sandler the day before that was the where the focus of that call was what was going to happen at the meeting?
I don't remember.
Well, when did you first learn, how did you learn what the purpose of the meeting was?
So again, I think it multiple purposes, and it would have been sometime before the meeting, but when exactly, I don't.
Well, was there any other, you mentioned that there was this conference call, correct?
We would have, I don't recall the call itself, but we would have talked before.
Well, so how did you find, so it didn't just pop into your head on December 14th, oh, this is the purpose of the meeting, correct?
Correct.
You had some prior knowledge of what the purpose was, correct?
Correct.
Explain to us how you came in to have that prior knowledge.
I don't recall the conversation.
You know that it was a conversation that you had with somebody?
I don't know.
Was it an email that you received?
I don't know.
Was it a text message that you received?
I don't know.
So how are you even sure about what the purpose of the meeting is?
Some conversation, some communication that happened before.
But you have no idea with whom?
I don't recall.
You have no idea exactly when?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you can't tell us, you know that there was some ongoing litigation that was one of the purposes, but you can't explain to the judge what that litigation was all about.
No.
Was it related to the election in 2020, the presidential election?
Yes.
So you do know a little bit about
I
this.
know that it had to do with that.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you say ongoing litigation, do you mean that there was some sort of pending court case?
I don't know if there was a court case, but I know that there had at least been attorneys had issued some sort of a document to initiate.
So when you use the term ongoing litigation, as you use that term litigation, can you explain to the judge what that means to you?
No, I mean, what it means to me is that documents have been filed to a court.
Documents have been filed to a court
regarding the election.
So when you use the term litigation, documents have been filed to a court regarding the 2020 presidential election.
Correct.
And that was one of the topics that was going to be discussed at the meeting on the 14th.
I don't believe that it was discussed.
No,
I
but
don't know.
that was your understanding of what one of the purposes of the meeting.
Correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say then when these people show up, it would be sort of commonsensical that you would expect them to discuss that? Fair to say?
I don't know.
Well, that was one of the purposes that you understood the meeting to be about. Fair to say?
It's one of the purposes that I understood the meeting to be about.
Did you ever hear anybody talking about this pending ongoing litigation?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall. So it could have been discussed, you just don't remember.
Yes.
Is there anything that will refresh your memory?
I don't know.
Do you know where these what court these papers have been filed?
I don't know.
Do you know who filed them?
I'm not an attorney. I wasn't involved.
Well, would lawyers have filed them?
I assume so, but I don't know.
And this was litigation involving, was it involving the Michigan GOP collectively? Or was it involving individual?
I don't know.
Individuals, you don't know that either.
I don't.
Okay. Did that topic ever come up when you were talking with Agent Shaw?
It may have. I don't know. I don't remember.
You might have talked with Agent Shock that on the day of this meeting, one of the purposes had to do with this ongoing litigation. That's possible.
Yeah, and I'm gonna check as a speculation as the witnesses already said. He doesn't know.
He's already said he doesn't know.
Did you advise Agent Shock about this pending litigation, that was one of the purposes?
I don't remember.
Well, when you sat down with Agent Shock, did he ever essentially ask you, hey, Mr. Hudson, what was the purpose of the meeting?
I met with Agent Shock for over an hour. I don't remember the conversation.
So during that 1 hour conversation, is it fair to say that you volunteered a lot of information? He would ask follow-up questions and it was kind of a back and forth?
Yes.
Do you know if that interview was recorded?
I believe so.
And how do you think it was recorded?
If I recall, I believe he said he was recording it.
Okay. And is your understanding that was audio recorded?
Yeah.
So the second purpose, you said something it had to do with the electors being nominated, or these individuals being nominated by their districts. So explain that to me.
So, I mean, presidential elections are only once every 4 years, and like I said, one of my jobs is almost, you would say, client management. And so you want to make sure that people are honored for the choices that their districts.
So it was going to be some sort of ceremony to honor these people?
Yeah.
So whose idea was that to be one of the purposes?
I don't recall.
Was that also discussed or communicated between you and somebody else as far as it being one of the purposes?
I don't recall when or where it was discussed.
So somebody made a decision during the height of COVID to bring all these people in, some of whom are fairly advanced in age, to get together for a ceremony. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And it just happened to be on the same day, December 14th, where electoral votes needed to be cast at the cap.
Like I said, I think it served dual purposes.
So when you say serve dual purposes, what was the purpose related to the electoral votes that needed to be cast at the Capitol?
That there was ongoing litigation, and that was the day they were supposed to effect.
In order to do what?
To elect the president.
So that one of the stated purposes of the meeting was, hey, we're going to meet to cast our votes. Fair to say?
I don't know what was communicated. I don't know.
Well, you just got done saying that there was, if I understood you correctly, something to do with casting votes at the Capitol was one of the purposes of the meeting.
I didn't say at the Capitol.
Casting votes on Seymour Street was one of the purposes?
Meeting, I don't, again, as far as I'm aware, there wasn't going to be any casting of votes. There was no ballots.
Well, didn't you just say that that was one of the purposes?
That they met, and the language here says we had met. And this is how we would have voted.
So now is it fair to say now there's three purposes? One is the ceremonious acknowledgement, correct?
Yes.
One is that needs to be some discussion about this ongoing litigation, correct?
I don't know that was discussed.
Or is the ongoing litigation and the casting of votes, is that sort of a combination purpose?
I don't know that there was any casting of votes or any plan of casting of votes.
Well, you just referred to that document,
Correct.
which I think is defendants, what's the defendant said?
Yeah, but there's no votes being cast. That's my interpretation, sir.
Well, was your understanding that one of the purposes was to discuss the potential casting of votes?
No.
So help me understand. I'm genuinely confused. You got me confused. What's the connection between Exhibit A and this ongoing litigation?
Again,
as far as it relates to a purpose of the meeting.
I am not an attorney, but
I didn't ask if you were an attorney.
My understanding is that this says if Donald Trump and Mike Pence had won, we had met on this day in Lansing, this is how we would have done.
And what does that document have to do with the ongoing litigation?
I don't know what the litigation was.
What does that document have to do with one of the purposes of the meeting on December 14th?
That if they had been successful in whatever the litigation was, which is not my department, that this would have, they met. This is how they would have voted.
Okay. So there was supposed to be explicit conversation about if the litigation was successful, this is how they would have voted. Fair to say?
I don't know if there was explicit conversation about
But that was one of the purposes of the meeting, as you understood it before the meeting.
Your Honor, I have to object. The witnesses never testified that that was the purpose of the meeting.
Yeah, what was the purpose of the meeting?
To talk about pending litigation and casting votes.
He did say that one of the purposes of the meeting was to discuss pending litigation and to celebrate.
No,
And that's what he said on direct.
And
And now
so,
on
yeah,
cross,
on
he
the
started-
cross, he said, so is it fair to say there was three purposes of the meeting? That's how
and the
third.
witness has repeatedly said that he did not know any, there was never any agenda where they were talking about voting.
I recognize that's what he said, but I think he's following up because he's trying to draw a correlation to what this document, defense A, and the litigation had to do with the purpose of the meeting, since he knew what the purpose of the meeting was for.
The litigation that the witness testified he has no idea about.
He still knew what the purpose of the meeting was for.
Fair.
So much so that he testified that when something else was going on, he made a phone call.
Like your earbuds.
Thank you.
So can you help me understand?
I don't think that I can make it more clear what I've already stated.
Well, it's about as clear as a smoke-filled room right now.
Well, I apologize, but it's, my understanding is that this would help with litigation.
And we say this in
Potentially.
Exhibit A.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, I'm not an attorney. That's not a document I prepared. So I don't know. Yeah.
It's fair to say you want to distance yourself from that document, don't you?
No,
You want to distance yourself from whatever happened on December 14th, don't you?
no.
Isn't that why you left?
I mean, I was there. I don't understand that question.
You don't understand, okay. Well, see if we can clear that up. You're in and out of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point while you're in the basement, you hear Sean Flynn and others make an announcement saying they have something else for you, meaning for the electors. Fair to say?
Correct.
Who were the other people that made that statement?
I don't remember.
How many others?
I don't remember.
Men or women?
I don't, I mean,
I'm sorry?
I don't remember.
So at some point, something happens that prompts you to call Stu Sandler and Laura Cox, correct?
And or, yeah.
What do you mean and or?
I don't recall who I talked to. Which one of them, but I mean, I was in communication with both of them.
So you can't even remember who you called?
Correct.
Did you ever offer Agent Shock your phone records?
I don't believe so.
When you talked to Agent Shock, did you tell him who you specifically called?
I don't remember.
So when you call Stu Sandler's an attorney, correct?
Yeah.
Advises the Michigan Republican Party, correct?
At the time, yes.
Is Laura Cox also an attorney?
Not to my knowledge.
She married to the former Attorney General?
Yeah.
And so you call Sandler and Laura Cox. Why do you call them? Or one of them, or whoever you call?
Well, as I previously stated, something different was happening.
What? What happened?
The electors were called upstairs. It's not part of what I had been made aware of.
What was concerning about that?
That was happening.
What? What is it about going upstairs in and of itself? Were you afraid of?
I wouldn't say afraid of.
Well, you called them because you had concerns, correct?
Well, they weren't there because one, Chairman Cox had COVID at the time. And I don't recall why Mr. Stanley wasn't there. And so I wanted to call him to see what I should do.
What was happening that made you concerned enough to call two major players in the Republican Party to find out what you, the political director, needed to do?
The Trump campaign staffers didn't typically take over a situation.
Oh, so they took over.
Well, they said, we want to go upstairs.
They said, so you had Flynn and two others. The two others were Trump campaign people. Fair to say?
I believe so.
Okay. So they take over the meeting, and now that's what triggers your concern to call Cox and or Sam.
I think that's accurate, yeah.
And what was it about them taking over the meeting prompted you to be concerned enough to make the phone call?
It was atypical. It wasn't typical for them to do something like that.
Why was that a concern?
It was atypical.
Well, when you say atypical, explain, I don't have a working knowledge of the inner workings of the Michigan Republican Party. So help me understand. I don't know what the difference between typical and atypical is. So help me understand that.
I was a member of the state committee at one point in time.
Okay.
For the state party to not direct state committee meetings or be in charge of them would be odd. For anyone else to come in and take charge of that meeting would be odd.
Okay.
And so I felt it was odd.
So the Trump campaign people were giving directions and now running the show. Fair to say?
They invited people upstairs.
Well, I think you said they took over the meeting.
They moved the meeting upstairs.
Okay.
I don't know what happened up there.
And so each of these electors went upstairs. Is that true?
That's my belief.
Following the request or the direction of the Trump campaign people.
I didn't witness all of them going up, but
Did you witness any of them going up?
Yes.
And where were they going?
Upstairs to the upstairs conference room where I noticed that they were kind of congregating.
And what happened in there?
I don't know.
Did you look in?
Nope.
Were they
outside of passing by? Yeah.
Okay, I mean, were they doing jello shots and having fun, or were they doing business?
I don't know.
Objection.
The objection is,
Well, one, witness has already answered that he doesn't know, but it's not quite argumentative, but the sarcasm is.
well, it was a celebration, so there could have been jello shots.
Celebration was in the basement. No, the celebration was in the basement.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the celebration moved upstairs. We're trying to figure out what happened upstairs.
Well, that was already asked and answered.
I understand. He doesn't know.
So do you know if the moving it upstairs had anything to do with the celebratory part?
I don't know.
And whoever you talked to, you just, after that conversation, you decided to leave, correct?
Correct.
Why?
Direction.
And you relied on that direction, correct?
Correct.
And that direction may have come to you from a lawyer with the Michigan Republican Party, correct?
It may have.
And what was Ms. Cox's position at
The
that?
chairman.
So she's the top person?
Correct.
She's, for lack of a better way, she kind of outranks you on the food chain?
Without a doubt.
Okay, so you call people that are in a position of authority over you and you're told leave and you get the hell out.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go back a little bit. When did Marianne Sheridan get there?
Sometime in the morning.
About what time?
I don't know.
And at some point you indicated that she was on the telephone in the lobby?
She was with Michonne Maddock in the lobby on the telephone. I don't remember which one was on the phone.
Oh, you don't remember which one was on the phone?
Or if they both were.
Okay, so your testimony before that Mary Ann Sheridan was talking on the phone in the lobby, that's not exactly point spot on accurate, correct?
They were having phone conversations in the lobby.
When you say that, well, who was holding the phone?
I don't remember.
You don't remember who was actually holding the phone?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you tell Agent Schock about this Mary Ann Sheridan supposedly being on the phone in the lobby?
I don't remember.
Whatever phone it was, did it appear to be a commercially available cell phone?
Opposed to
Some secret bat phone that the
no.
GOP uses? No, it was a commercially available cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, just like, you know, similar to maybe the one I have in my hand right now? Okay. So you're not focused on what that conversation is in the lobby, are you?
No.
You're just happen to be walking by.
I mean, I'm present. Yeah, I wouldn't say walking by.
Or are you standing there listening?
I, again, was present. I don't remember.
What does that mean, present? When you use that term, what does that mean?
I witnessed them doing it. I don't know. No, did I hear their conversation verbatim? No.
Okay, so you saw somebody who's on a phone, correct?
Yes.
But there's a difference between sight and ears. So you see it, but you don't necessarily know what the words are. Fair to say?
I remember discussion regarding replacements.
But you don't know exactly who is having that conversation.
Correct.
All right. Is there anyone specific that's in charge of physical security at that Seymour Street address?
No one specific. No.
There's no like security officer, security director, someone who has something along the lines of that in their title?
No.
So who is responsible for the physical security there?
I don't know the answer to that question.
So if I wanted to get video footage.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say there's a robbery that happened there last night. Okay, and I'm a law enforcement officer and I want to get footage of whatever video surveillance there is.
Yes.
Who and I contact you.
Yeah.
And I say, hey, who do I talk to?
I know that the video recordings at the time I was there was in Henrietta Toe's office, at least in the beginning. I don't know if it was there for the entire 2 years.
Okay.
It was in the downstairs room.
Okay, so it's sort of common knowledge as to where the videos are kept, fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that you said something about if Mr. Villado was asking some questions about Rose Rook and if she was driven there and her driver wouldn't have been let in. Fair to say?
That's what I believe, yeah.
Okay, and you personally prohibited certain people from entering into the building?
Yes.
And how did you know who to let in and who not?
Like I said, I know most of the electors quite well. So,
Well, you had 16 electors, correct?
yes.
And then you've got all these people from the Trump campaign, correct?
Yes,
Did you let those people in?
I did not.
Well, how'd they get in?
They have access.
They have unrestricted access?
I don't know who has access and who doesn't, but they have their own entrance ability into the building.
How is that?
I don't know. I mean, the way I was able to get access is I had a key card. I don't know if they had key cards or if they had keys.
Were any of the Trump people there before you got there?
I don't remember.
I think you said, maybe I misunderstood. Were you the second guy in that day?
I wasn't the first person.
Okay.
I don't remember who was there before me.
How many people were there before you?
I don't remember. I'll tell you, I didn't open the building up because
Okay.
I often set off the alarm, so.
Okay, so they keep you away from it.
Exactly.
All right. So just, can you help me understand how these non-elect, because you're essentially your marching orders were if you're not an elector, you don't get in. Fair to say?
Yes.
So we have reason to believe that there are at least, by your account, up to 25 people there. If you do the math, 16, 25, so there's 9 people that are non-electors there, by your calculation, up to potentially 9 people.
Maybe.
How did they get in?
Well, I already named off a couple of the staffers that I know were there.
Okay.
And so.
So they would have had access, like their own key
Correct.
card.
And
like
then
you.
the other ones would have been Trump employees or employees of the Trump campaign.
And how would they get in?
Again, I believe that they had access. I don't know what it was, but it was key or key card.
Okay.
The only person that I'm aware of that wasn't a staff member of a campaign or a party or an elector was Kathy Burton's husband, and I left him.
Because he was sick.
Correct.
Okay. So it didn't strike you as odd that these Trump people were inside the building, correct?
No, that's where they were.
If it was, that's where they were?
Yeah.
He stated that earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Do you know how long it took Mr. Thompson to get to the Seymour Street address that day?
I have no idea.
Do you know approximately how far away he lives without disclosing where?
I have no idea.
And what about the other alternative elector? You know where that person lives? I'm sorry?
No, I didn't. I believe Ken lives in Ottawa County, in Kent County.
Okay.
So let's say an hour and change, 45 minutes. But the other number I don't.
All right. So I think there were some questions by Mr. Krajewski concerning areas of controversy over the 2020 election. You remember that?
Yeah.
So within the Republican Party, what were considered areas of controversy related to the 2020 election?
Well, as I stated earlier, we had a couple of recounts going. I think both were county commission races, one in the Livonia, Novi area, one in Kalamazoo. And the recounts were happening that day.
Okay.
Which is another reason why we didn't have as much staff there. My staff were recounts.
Okay.
So we had that. And then the other area of controversy was issues in multiple states that I remember reading the names, one of them being Michigan.
So explain that.
I think Arizona was doing a recount. I think Pennsylvania was doing a recount. I don't believe, I don't, guessing, but I don't believe that Wisconsin was, and Michigan wasn't, but there was litigation.
Okay, so one of the specific areas of controversy related to Michigan, as you understood it, had to do with this pending litigation, correct?
In terms of the presidential race?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any, were you aware at that time of any controversies related to Atrim?
Yes.
And what was that?
I don't recall specifically, but I believe it had been resolved by then. I remember on election night, they had flipped their Republican versus Democrat polls.
But there was some issue related to the counting of votes and who actually won in that county. Fair to say?
On election night, yes. I don't remember if that continued through December 14th.
But that was understood by people who were politically active within the Republican Party to have been an event that was of concern. Fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And these electors, fair to say that they would be politically active people within the Republican Party, correct?
Yes.
What about, were you aware, was it common knowledge within the Republican Party about issues related to Muskegon County and allegations of voter registration fraud?
I heard about that later, but that doesn't, I don't have any recollection.
When did you hear about
I don't remember.
it? And what about Wayne County? Were there issues with respect to Wayne County? that
There were.
common knowledge? What were those issues that were common knowledge with respect to Wayne?
That it was one of the last areas where votes were coming in. It was a close election, and so a lot of folks were trying to help out and monitor vote counting.
And was there a concern as to the legitimacy of the popular vote in Wayne County because of the perceived irregularities?
There often is.
Was there on that in connection?
If I recall, yes. Yeah.
Any other areas of controversy that you can think of?
Throughout an election day, you get 500
what?
calls. People saying there's this over here, and then it doesn't turn out to be true. Or there's this, and some of them, there are legitimate concerns, and some of them aren't.
Okay, so you get a lot of concerns, and is that part of your role is to sort of determine legitimate versus the illegitimate?
No, we have attorneys.
You have attorneys in?
Correct.
Okay. And were any of these areas of concern, as far as you know, were they discussed by the people that you witnessed on December 14th, 2020?
No, I don't remember.
Did you observe people in conversation with one another on that day, and you just weren't aware of what the topic of conversation was? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You saw people talking to one
Sure,
another.
yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with someone by the name of Ian Northrup?
I'm now, I now know who he was. I didn't on that day.
Okay. Do you know him to be the man in the camel colored coat outside the annex?
I don't.
That doesn't ring a bell?
No.
So how do you know?
Just in news articles since then.
In news articles. Okay. Are you familiar with what he looks like? No.
If you walked in today,
You wouldn't.
If he's sitting here, I wouldn't be able to.
Okay, fair enough. I think everybody will be glad to know that I'm done.
Oh, okay.
And there's no redraft.
I have a question. My question is, you indicated that when you noticed them going upstairs or being directed upstairs, that you made a phone call to, whether it was an attorney or Ms. Cox, we're not clear, but that you were told to leave. I want to know if you were told to leave, like you're free to go home, or were you told like get out of there?
It was you are done with what you were supposed to do. You can go home.
Got it.
You are free to leave.
Thank you.
Yes.
Redirect.
Now, you previously testified on cross-exam that you did speak with Special Agent Shock. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you testified that you believed that interview was audio recorded. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, now there are several lines of questioning that you could not necessarily recall the answers to. Do you know if during your conversation with Special Agent Shock, during that interview, if you were able to identify who you during your meeting with Special Agent Shock, do you recall if the subject came up of you making a phone call when what's his name? 1 second. Sean Flynn announced inviting all the nominees to go upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. And if reviewing a summary of that interview, maybe refresh your memory as to who you specifically talked to.
But
And for purposes of the record, this is supplement report 32. I am going to draw your attention.
I'd like to see a copy, please. All right, I assume that people have a copy that I can review so I don't delay their examination. A copy I can keep.
It was provided in December.
Well, Your Honor, unless the court wants me to literally look through thousands of pages, it'd be a lot easier.
Well, you can note down that it was supplement report 32 and then double check to make sure you have it. If not, then we'll address that at another time.
Okay, well, if I can just quickly review what's been highlighted.
Sounds good.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I mean, I suppose she can use whatever she wants to supposedly refresh recollection, but it should be noted for the record that this is all hearsay. Every last bit. So I do have concerns about the witness essentially testifying now based on his review of the hearsay document.
He's refreshing his recollection as to who he spoke to based off a report from when he met with.
This is Agent Shock's summary of an interview that Agent Shock conducted with the witness. If this refreshes his memory, this is more than permissible to take the document.
Then I'd ask that she direct him to one specific sentence because that's about a 3.5 page document with multiple portions highlighted.
I do believe I laid the foundation for what I was going to refresh his memory
I
too.
agree.
But I think it needs to be one specific part, not all the highlighted parts.
I don't know that that's why she pulled that. I don't think.
Well, there's parts in there that are.
I'm understanding that there's some highlights. I don't know that's why that's highlighted. She may have. I don't know that's why she has that highlighted. I would imagine that she's going to identify to him where that section will refresh his recollection.
Let's hope so.
Thank you. So your objection is overruled. You can refresh his recollection.
Sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the third page of this document, and it's a 4-page document total. And this will be the 4th paragraph from the top. And the 4th sentence from the bottom. I just want you to read that to yourself. Let me know if that, and then let me know if that refreshes your memory.
yes, I mean, I believe that I've been.
Okay. And does that refresh your memory as to who you placed a call to?
I do not remember the exact conversation sitting here today, but if I said that I talked to Stu Sandler.
Objection, Your Honor. So his answer is no, it doesn't refresh my memory.
Okay.
End of
That
answer.
sounds accurate. Doesn't sound like it refreshed his memory.
Well, my question is, does it refresh your memory as to who you told Howard Shock you talked to? He said he doesn't recall.
That's hearsay.
No, it's not.
Who he told, the substance of what he said, that's eliciting hearsay.
The declarants were-
Does it refresh your memory? Fair. He said, no, it doesn't. We're done.
Right, okay.
Except this is the declarant.
He is the declarant.
So it's not
It
hearsay
doesn't matter.
It does matter.
We're talking about his out of court statement now.
made by someone other than the declarant.
We're talking about an out of court statement
Made by someone
that's
other
being
than the
offered for the,
declarant.
offer for the truth. It's not being offered to refresh his recollection anymore.
801.
Counsel.
It's identified as a summary report of an interview. It doesn't say it's a verbatim report. It says it's a summary report.
What does that mean? That we give witnesses police reports to refresh recollections all the time, and it's not their report. They didn't author it.
What I'm saying
Yeah.
is, it's a summary of Agent Shock's recollection of what happened that day.
I was waiting for Mr.
I was just
Bellata.
gonna respond to the hearsay.
Okay.
It's absolutely not hearsay. I mean, it's absolutely hearsay because just because he's on the stand, there's no exception. The definition of hearsay is out of court statement, often for the matter, the truth of the matter asserted. It doesn't matter if it's declarant. So
It doesn't, and it doesn't sound like it refreshes the recollection anyway,
That's the
so
whole point.
I think that's
One, it is most definitely not hearsay.
as to it not refreshing recollection, I'm sustaining that, so we can move on.
Thank you.
Now, you testified on cross that you knew of 2 pending recounts, and they were both in county commissioner elections. Is that correct?
I recall, yeah, there could have been more, but
There was no
there were at least 2.
recount in the presidential election, right?
Not
For
here.
the Michigan results.
No.
And it's fair to say that whatever occurred is in the basement as far as the meetings.
I'm gonna object to the meeting nature of this question.
Oh, sorry, you already answered.
There,
The question's
Then-
forming is later.
the one that she's formulating now is what you're objecting to, or the last question?
And what she's.
Okay.
He's talking about your
I'll
current question.
rephrase.
Thank you.
Do you know what happened in the basement when you were not there?
No.
Do you know who led the meeting, if anyone led the meeting when you were not present?
No.
The document, the second document that you learned about later, do you know when that was presented?
No.
Do you know who presented it?
No.
Do you know who signed it?
Other than what you showed me previously, no.
And are you able to say that where that second document was signed, if it was signed in the Michigan Republican headquarters?
No.
So you don't know if it was signed in the basement or on the first floor?
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said one of the purposes of this meeting was to celebrate the nominees because they were nominated as Republican electors. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you need to fill vacancies to achieve that celebration?
I wouldn't think so.
Was it your idea to fill vacancies?
No.
Whose idea was it to fill vacancies?
Thank you.
Would that have been information that you provided to Special Agent Shock at your meeting with Agent Shock?
In terms of whose idea it was, no.
Well, let me rephrase, not whose idea.
Objection, he answered the question.
Well, that was
Crystal
your question.
clear.
Your question
Yeah, it
originally
was.
was whose idea, he's answered that. So you're not
I
letting you
agree.
rephrase, you ask a different question.
I'll ask a different question. Who was refilling the vacancies?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Who,
Sorry.
she said, who was refilling the vacancies?
For the Republican nominees?
From what I witnessed, LaShawn, Paddock, and Marion Sheridan were on the phone with.
That's not the question, Your Honor. I'm gonna object.
It is the question.
Said who was,
Who refilled the vacancies?
no, who was making who was essentially causing them to be.
That wasn't my understanding.
That was my understanding of the question, who was making
Who was filling the vacancies?
vacancies, not the actual people.
Well, it's been asked and answered on cross-examination. He says he couldn't hear the conversation.
I think I believe that's consistent with his answer right now. So ask and answer would be appropriate. I think he's already answered who was making, or who he observed making the phone calls. And he said he couldn't hear exactly, but he perceived that that's what they were doing.
And for the record, he's nodding affirmatively to the court statement.
He says he remembers the discussion being regarding replacements.
This discussion between, your note is supposed to be talking about when he testified about Michonne Maddock on the phone and Ms. Passionell on the phone? I mean, Ms.
No.
Marianne Sheridan on the phone?
Yes.
Correct, he's testified about that already.
Okay.
And so his objection was asked and answered.
His objection was not asked and
What
answered.
was it?
His
Yes, it
answer-
was.
It was now responsive.
No,
No, it was
and
asked and
I just
answered.
said asked and answered.
He said he testified about it already. It's what I don't know what he said when he jumped up, but his follow-up to it was he testified about it already. So that to me was an ask and answer.
Okay, well, I was still on the first objection because the
Thank you.
court hadn't yet ruled. I'm sorry about that. But since it's been asked and answered and the court has ruled it's asked and answered, I will sit down.
That was your last question? For
Yes.
this witness? This witness may be excused.
Yes.
Thank you. You may be.
Now you can thank God.
Yeah.
Oh, God. And look at you all finishing a whole witness before 4:27. Okay, so tomorrow,
I have my witness
there's no more witnesses for the state.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Very good. And then the defense is expecting to call witnesses tomorrow?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I have two witnesses.
My understanding then would be that the prosecutor has listed her case in chief.
They-
Just for the big record.
They have no further witnesses, is what I just asked. You're calling two witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. First is Anthony Zammit. He'll be here. We're starting at 8:30. He'll be here at 8:30.
Okay.
And then recalling investigator.
Oh, okay. I thought it was somebody else. Okay,
Your Honor, may counsel's approach.
yes.
Thought you were gonna make me disappear or something.
Oh, no, I just
Why do you
unmuted
have-
it. That's all. Okay, any additional matters for today's record? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Off the record.
Yeah. I just want some-